Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Good. That good?
If I can have your attention and calling to order the May 11th meeting, May 12th meeting of Arkansas Department of Education Board to order. And the first order of business is consideration of our minutes for approval and also a consent agenda. So is there any board member that has any correction or addition of the minutes, or anyone want to pull an item from the consent agenda for discussion? If not, can I get a motion for approval of the minutes and the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. We're ready now for our report of recognition of National Youth Science Camp from the Michelle Snyder.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm Michelle Snyder. I'm the State Science Supervisor, and I'm actually here today serving as the National Youth Science Camp Coordinator for the state of Arkansas, and we are acknowledging 4 young leading scientists who are graduating from the class of 2016. So thank you for the opportunity. We do have some awards that the Commissioner will be happy to give the young ladies for today. Elena Milstead. So the National Youth Science Camp is a summer forum for young students to attend a camp in the mountains of Western Virginia. And Elena Milstead has received the academic honors for 2 consecutive years at the Science Day Biology Competition at the University of the Ozarks and the 2016 Scranton High School Academic Excellence Award. She is a member in the National Honor Society of High School Scholars and is active in the Science Club. In addition, she is a volunteer for the Red Cross and a local nursing home. Thank you. Next, we have Catherine Dutterer. Catherine has received academic awards from the National Honor Society, the Spanish National Honor Society, and Mu Alpha Theta. She is active in the Arkansas Symphony Youth Orchestra, the National Forensics League, and the Youth Advisory Council at Arkansas Children's Hospital. In addition, Ms. Dutterer is an accomplished harpist. Next, we have Alexandra Perkins. Alexandra is from Camden Fairview High School. She was selected as a second alternate and has received academic awards from the Arkansas Girls State, National Honor Society, and the Lockheed Martin Engineering Team presentations and the Lockheed Martin Family Science Night Club competitions. She is active in Student Council, National Beta Club, the French Club, the Art Club at Camden Fairview High School. In addition, Ms. Perkins has attended summer engineering camps at local universities. Our final alternate is Nicholas Langston. He is not present today. He had to sit for his AP statistics exam, so that was very important. But he comes from the Subio Academy, and he was selected as first alternate and has received academic awards from the Martin Shriver Award and Award for Excellence and the President's Award for Educational Excellence. He is active volunteering at the Subiaco today, assuming various leadership roles in the Arkansas Hugh O'Brien Youth Leadership, and served as the American Legion Arkansas Boys State 2015 delegate. In addition, Mr. Langston is also an artist. He's interested in programming, computer applications, and juggling. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Elena, Catherine, and Alexandra, and of course Nicholas in his absence. I was going to say this for my report tomorrow, but I think it's apropos for today. I was delighted with the attendance and the presentation yesterday in El Dorado. The 5th year I've attended the Girls Learning About Math and Science. There were over 250 girls there and about 32 presenters in different STEM fields, so it was a wonderful day. And it was disappointing that they had to turn some girls away. The interest has gotten so great, but it was a wonderful day for them to have hands-on experience and just deal one-on-one with scientists that are females. And So
Yes.
that gives us hope and gives us a movement in terms of positive female participation or young girls' participation in the STEM fields.
I agree. This is the third year we have sent 2 girls from Arkansas. So it is very exciting that we are represented by young ladies.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. We move now to our action agenda. A1, consideration of the 2016-17 Arkansas Better Chance Renewal of Professional Development and Research Grants, and that's Ms. Mary McKinney.
Thank you. In your board packet, you received a listing of the professional service contracts, and it's a renewal of previous year contracts. And this will help support the services in the program for the Arkansas Better Chance. And I bring it to you for your approval, review and approval.
Any questions?
Just one, under grantee, is that who's giving the money or who's getting the money? I know grantee typically is who gets the money and grantor who's, but I wanted to be sure I was reading it correctly.
They will receive the funding.
Okay, okay. And thank you again. I want to thank you publicly for providing me some information I had requested and for how responsive that those at DHS have been to the questions I have. I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much. And she's referring to the handouts that each one of you received. It has details on the federal poverty guidelines, and that's the chart in bright colors. And then that's what we use to look at the sliding fee scales, which is in the additional chart that's just in the white and black, and it gives the amount of monthly sliding fee scales. And then I also provided another chart that gives the details about the number of children that qualify due for low income or being at the 200% of poverty. And that's the charts that she's referring to. And thank you very much.
Dr. Barth has a question.
So on the University of Central Arkansas grant for the longitudinal study, do you have any more detail about that? And I apologize, I didn't let you know it in advance. I was going to ask, but I know we've worried a little bit about there not being the kind of data we would like to track impact of the program over time. Is this going to begin to remedy this, and for how many years are we going to be able to look at the impact of the ABC program?
I believe that we're in the process of working with the Department of Education to be able to continue that longitudinal view of our children as they leave from the pre-K going into public education.
And do you have a sense of how many years into school we're going to be able to track their
It would be
impact
my
of the
hopes we'd be able to track them all the way through to the 12th grade.
Okay.
Although knowing that there would be attrition and children moving on, but it would be my hopes that we would be able, and I think that is the intent and plan.
Okay, great.
One of the questions, or one of the answers that I was given too, is part of the problem on the longitudinal studies between them and K-12 is the same one that we and K-12 have between K-12 and higher ed and then beyond, is the sharing of data and student, possibly identifiable student data and the rules surrounding that. So, you know, that all has to be worked out. It's not that people aren't willing, it's
Right.
just that there are constraints on the kind of data that can be shared.
Yeah, and I totally understand that. I just know on the in the Forward initiative, where high quality pre-K is a real centerpiece of that plan, that game plan for education, that the absence of good longitudinal data has been a real concern, and it's one of the focuses of that is improving the data as we improve the quality of pre-K. So I do think this is a super important piece. I was just curious exactly what that study was going to look like. Thanks.
Any other questions? And what is the pleasure of the board relative to action item agenda A1?
I move approval.
Moved by Dr. Barth,
Second.
second by Ms. Zook. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The second is your agenda item also. Ms. McKinney, consideration Arkansas Better Chance Enhancement Grants 2016.
Yes. In the last meeting, I brought to you the concept of using funding remaining at the end of the fiscal year to assist with helping us to provide the summer services for those programs that were interested in doing that. And so the first chart, which says ABC Summer Services 2016, and I have passed out a new chart to you, other than the one that was in your initial packet, only because there was one that we had left off, and it was the Lincoln, and I highlighted it in yellow, and it is the Lincoln Child Care Center. And so we'd like to add that. And that is located in Sebastian County around the Fort Smith area, and that is a high priority area or focus.
Okay, any questions by board members?
I
Ms.
do.
Zook?
And it's my understanding that this $7+ million in grants is in addition to the $111 million from the legislature. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. It is the funding that was remaining at the end of the fiscal year due to programs not requesting their full amount or not fulfilling their enrollment slots.
Okay, so it is not connected to what they just approved?
No.
Okay, thank you.
That what you just approved is for the upcoming fiscal year. So it will be part of the new 111 million.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I failed to mention that Ms. Savers is joining us by teleconference, so she's on the line. What is the board's pleasure as it relates to action item A2?
Move for approval?
Moved by Ms. Zook,
Second.
second by Mr. Black. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McKinney.
The next part of A2
Okay.
is also on enhancement grants, and it's for the infant toddler program to provide additional funding to them because they only receive like the other 3 to 5 age group, and to provide services to infant toddler because of the low teacher-child ratio. This is additional funding that we will pass through before the end of this current fiscal year. And then also a part of that is the Southeast Arkansas Education Cooperative for the AmeriCorps grant. And that's also part of the A2 piece for enhancement grants.
Are there any questions about A2, part of this agenda that Ms. McKinney just went over? Any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
Okay, moved by Dr. Barth,
Second.
second by Ms. Zook. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. A3, consideration of the Little Rock School District Progress Report, Baker Curris.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Adams is going to come forward and begin our report with the CAC report, and then I'll step back up and briefly address the group, if that's your pleasure.
It is our pleasure.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, and thank you.
Good morning.
I'll give apologies for my partner, Dr. Deon Jackson. She sent you an email earlier to explain her absence and send her thanks. And I'll give my thanks too. A year and a half ago when I was before you, I had no plan and intent to be before you anymore. But fate was otherwise, and I've appreciated the opportunity to be here and speak up for the community of the Little Rock School District. some of the updates that we have coming up for the rest of the month as we complete our work before the district moves over and transitions to a community advisory board. We have a year-end report from our community engagement efforts and forums and all of our committees with recommendations and any kind of report that we'll have, and that'll be next Thursday, a week from today, at Horace Mann Middle School. We'll also be meeting with Mr. Michael Poore, the newly appointed superintendent for Little Rock School District, as a committee on June the 2nd. And then we are looking forward to an equity report that the committee supported and that was done by the district and in coordination with the Public Policy Panel and the Arkansas Advocates for Children and Families. And that equity report is close to being completed. We've had a chance, a few of us, to look at that and get some input, and we're hoping that that'll be out at the end of this month or the 1st of June, and that will be, I think, a real use to the planners in the Little Rock School District going forward, seeing where we're doing well and where some things need to be improved. At our last meeting in April, we had a resolution that was passed without dissent that you all received. We forwarded that to you and also forwarded to the governor. And it was a resolution for the commissioner to be replaced and for the district to be returned back to local control as soon as possible whenever the next school board elections are available. Some might look at that resolution and consider that as unreasonable and dismiss it pretty quickly. And before doing that, I would really ask that you imagine the position of the community before dismissing the concerns that led to that resolution. The Little Rock School District at the moment has no advocate. When we had a school board, the school board works as its advocate in the public and in dealing with other organizations and in dealing in the marketplace of other schools. And when we lost our school board, then we lost that advocate, and by design, the commissioner functions as the advocate. But because of whatever reasons, conflict of interest or whatever there may be, the commissioner, from our perspective, has chosen not to be an advocate for the school district. Most recently, that happened with the charter school expansion, where the commissioner took a neutral position and so did not advocate for the district. So we feel like we have no advocate at all. And then when Mr. Curris stepped forward to fill that role to be a public advocate, then shortly after that, he was informed that his services would not be needed after the school year. So not only do we feel like that we don't have an advocate, we feel like that we have not been allowed to have an advocate going forward. And that is the concern that has led to the resolution that we had. In some ways, I think the experience of the community has been a little bit similar to that of a child who is removed from his parents because of neglect concerns and then feels neglected by the powers that took them over and took him out of the home. Looking forward, the community's concerns as we finish our work are several. One is we wonder about Mr. Poore and wonder if he will be allowed to be an advocate for the district. And I was very proud of our Civic Advisory Committee when we discussed this resolution, that at no time did we criticize Mr. Poore, because we don't know him, and it would be wrong to judge him without getting a chance to know him. Also, we wonder about the Civic Advisory Board that we put into place. We wonder if that will be symbolic only, or whether it will be treated respectfully and listened to and really used as a tool to help the district going forward. And then we worry that the district will be, when it eventually does get returned to local governance, we really worry whether or not it will be returned whole. And when we think about whole, we think about that in this time now where there's a greater and greater competitive marketplace, we wonder about how many students it will lose to the ever-expanding roles of charter schools. And we wonder about if it will even go so far that we will lose some of our schools, and some of our schools might be contracted out to other organizations to govern, so that when our schools return to us, that we won't have all of our schools return to us and with the accountability and relationship that are there. So we ask that the lessons from this past year, we hope that there'll be some lessons learned and there'll be some better decisions made for the Little Rock School District in the coming year. And in the meantime, the community will be waiting and watching and speaking out and hoping that someone who is in a position to make decisions will listen and we'll respond when we speak. Thank you for your time and your consideration this morning.
Any questions, Mr. Adams?
Yes, it's my understanding, I went back and looked at the minutes from the January of 15, and the motion that we passed was that you all work with and come up with ideas and listen to the people in the schools about ways to improve performance in all the schools, not just the academic distress. So will that be on your report on the 19th?
Yes, ma'am. We have 4 different committees, academic distress committee, a communication committee, a community engagement committee, and a facilities committee. And we'll have reports from each of those, but I think, frankly, all of those reports will connect to how to improve performance in the district overall, but they'll be looking at it from several different angles.
Okay, and the facilities that Mr. Kruss has been talking about, that, you know, he has some ideas because he's been very active, and then y'all will have those. So on the meeting on the 2nd, because I know there are several of us who can't attend the meeting on the 19th, on the meeting on the 2nd with Mr. Poor, will those of us who can't attend the 19th be invited to, or will there be a 3rd meeting, or will you have all of this in writing for us?
The meeting that we have on the 19th, we'll have a written report that we'll have available. We'll certainly make that available and pass it on to you and have it available for the public. And the meeting on the 2nd will be, it's about like our other meetings, would be open to the public, although the communication would be intended to be just between the committee and Mr. Poor.
Thanks.
Certainly.
Any other questions, Mr. Adams? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, the sun comes up, and it's a new day dawning. Every day, no matter what befalls us, and we have to celebrate that. And I want to celebrate all these people that came today, many of whom are out in the hall. I admire their passion, their power, their commitment to Little Rock School District, and I know you join me in admiring people who are passionate, who want to make things better and are willing to work at it. So thank you, everybody who's here and in the hall. We need a bigger meeting room, not just for this meeting, but the one on the 31st. And I really want to thank Greg and Dion, Dr. Jackson, and everybody on the CAC committee, because if you look at the arc of that committee, it's instructive because we started off with issues and maybe problems. You want to call them problems, but that's our town, you know. That's who we are. And then we worked and we talked and we hashed and we rehashed, and we're together. We're together now. That doesn't mean we're always going to agree, but it means we're always going to be committed, and we're never going to abandon the institutions that can make cities great. We're never going to abandon the institutions that make cities great. And we're never going to give up about anything that deals with our town. Never, ever, not once, not now, not never. But let me tell you what's most important today: teaching and learning in the classroom. And I've done a lot of things that people have noted with respect to organizational management, but we have not neglected teaching and learning in the classroom, not for a moment, not for a second. And nobody in our school district ever forgot the mission and the purpose of the Little Rock School District, not for a moment, not for a second. And I can't tell you how much I admire people who get up every day, no matter what's going on, no matter what's happening, where it's happening, or what the headline might be on the paper, and they go about the hard work of educating students. And I have such high regard for these people, and they've worked so hard. That sort of focus is invaluable. You don't get distracted. You take the job in front of you, and you do your dead level best every day. And I have to thank LREA. I have to thank every principal, every assistant principal, every administrator, every teacher, every custodian, every food service worker, every bus driver. If I could shake every one of their hands, I'd do it. And I'm working on trying. But they're just marvelous people who don't get distracted from the major mission. Very important. And it's a servant mentality where you understand what you're here to do is to help children. And we don't lose our focus there. And you need to know that. That's the most important thing you need to know, that the community has not lost its focus with respect to teaching and learning in the classroom. And the other thing I think we've learned through the last several weeks is that data make a difference. Talk is cheap, but let's look at the facts, okay? Let's do more of that at ADE. Let's don't make school districts bring forward facts and details and the hard work of delving into what really is going on. Let's get in our schools. Let's find out what's happening. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Let me just say testing is virtually completed in our school district, and it's gone well. We have a fully functioning Battlestar now. I mean, we can make things happen. And we've got reports on my desk that tell how many kids were tested, which kids were tested, where they were tested, and everybody knows how to do that now, and it was really good. And I thank the commissioner. He suggested that we don't fall back on paper testing. We challenge ourselves, and we tested everyone on computers. Doesn't sound like that big a deal, but it's something we've never done before. So that went well. I'm going to show you just a few things, because you own this school district. It's yours. And when you own something, you need to know what's doing. So I want to go through just a few things. I'm so proud of our school district. Little Rock is actually the most decorated and celebrated school district in the state of Arkansas. And I'm going to show you a few things. I want to clap for our people. And I'm going to be accused of pandering with children, but I'm not. This is all real. I won't read every slide, but we have two young women who have won Gates Millennium Scholarships. Aisha, who's at the lower right as I look at the slide, and Erica, who's at the upper left. Aisha from Parkview, Erica from Hall High School. Great school. And that's Natalie on the upper right. She's a Dell Scholar. And just so you'll know, a Gates Millennium Scholarship is not just a couple of $1,000 and a happy thank you. It's tuition, books, spending money from the time you start undergraduate school till the time you finish your PhD. Imagine that. We have two of them. Two of them. It's unbelievable. And then Aisha also won the Dell Scholar. And no, I'm sorry. Erica was a Dell Scholar. And Natalie was a Dell Scholar. And that's nothing to sneeze at. That's $5,000, a Dell computer, and what's most valuable, a Dell mentor. Somebody from that company is going to be at those students' sides as they go through their educations. Marvelous thing. Let's go to the next slide, please, Miss Barbara. You know what we've done with these schools. These are our top performing schools. Isn't that amazing? Look at that. Forest Park, Gibbs, Jefferson, Roberts, Williams. We have thousands of students in schools that are in the top 5% in the state. Thousands of students in Little Rock go to the best 5% of schools in the state. And you say, well, that's true, Bake, but what about the rest of the kids? Well, they're outperforming their peers. If you look at poverty indexes and see how our kids perform and look at our competitors, and the best competitors to look at are the ones in this town. Look at Covenant Keepers. Look at Little Rock Prep. And look at how we do. We are doing better. That's undeniable. We got to face those facts. And we've got schools that are growing. And I'm not going to read them all. I love these schools, and the people that are in them are working so hard. I was in Henderson the other day. I'm going to be pretty brief. I was at a faculty meeting, and everything about the meeting was different than the one I went in last May. Everything about the meeting was cooperative. It was collaborative. Lots of communication, a lot of teamwork. It really had a different feel. And that's because those people are dedicated and working so hard. At Henderson Middle School, for all its publicity, I'll tell you what, there's lots of teaching and learning going on at Henderson. We've got lots of room to improve, but we're on our way, I think. These schools are going to share some of that $7 million that's being handed out. And we're going to hand it out. We're going to celebrate somehow. We've been so busy. Let me go on to the next slide, please. I'm going to skip through. That's Karen Bow. She's a brain bee champ. She's going to Copenhagen this year. Isn't that amazing? That's the one and only. Megan Balimpali, and I excuse everybody, the Genius Olympiad next month. She's going to compete there. We got 4 of the 8 Stevens Award winners and 1 of 4 teacher winners whose names are listed. And I'm going to give you all a copy of this. I'm not going to read all the names. We've got thousands of students, all of whom are doing their best. And we got some that don't. But we have all these high-achieving students, 30 students recognized per participation at Duke TIP. That's a commonly recognized high academic achievement measure. 19 middle school students received state recognitions. Their names are listed, and I want this to be in the website at the ADE. Something you may not know, we'll graduate 1,400 seniors Tuesday, Wednesday, and, 2 weeks from tonight, we'll be right in the middle of graduation. And I'll be there, shake every hand, and employ about a gallon of, no, I'm not going to say hand sanitizer. I was going to say it's not a good joke, but I got sick. The only reason I say that is that literally I got sick last year after I took this job shaking hands with little kids. And I was really sick because they were just, I was out of circulation too long. But we'll get, it's more like $24 million in scholarships awarded to the Little Rock School District. Your school district, $24 million. And we don't know how to count those Gates Millennium Scholarships. What's one of those worth? If you get a PhD and go all the way through, my gracious, it's just, it's electrifying. And you need to meet these young people because they're as exciting as they are from an academic standpoint. They're glorious people. They're interactive. They're gracious. They have a real strong spirit, not just academically, but I'm so proud of them. We have 80 high school seniors that'll be at academic signing day at the Governor's Mansion. It's a great fun. The commissioner and I were there last year. He and I both enjoyed that very much. A couple other, I'm just going to whip through this. Let's go to the robotics team. Our robotics teams at Hall are doing quite well. If I were going to be in the job, we'd turn Hall into some kind of a STEM center. If I were around, that's what we'd do. That was in the works. SECME, robotics team, TSA, all these things you can read. Central's Katie Parsons was named a Class Nobel Educator of the Year for 2015. That doesn't come around very often. Only one in Arkansas. Here's something that's really interesting. These two guys, DJ Williams and Peyton Woods, are the #1 ranked debate team in the world, as far as I'm concerned. They're only ranked in the U.S., but I've never seen and I don't know much about debate, but the people that do tell us that these were the two most extraordinary debaters. They actually came in second in the national tournament in Lexington, and their sponsor drove them thousands of miles. The kind of dedication from the school is unbelievable. And Peyton Woods was ranked #1. They actually have a separate competition for the single solitary best debater in the country, and he won it. And he's got a full scholarship. We'll let, y'all can, when you get a chance to meet him, and DJ's just the same. And they're tremendous young men, high achievers. We had, let's go to the next one, please, Barbara, thank you. 16 National Merit semifinalists, 2 commended scholars, 2 students from Parkview Student National Hispanic Recognition Program scholars. These kids are marvelous. You need to meet them. One Little Rock Central High School student won the NCTE Achievement Award in Writing. I'm going to read you a couple of things in a minute from some of our other students, but Siemens Award finalists, 1 of 5 National Student Poets. It just goes on and on. It just goes on and on. Spencer Sutterfield is a man you may have met. He's Teacher of the Year in our school district. He also directed The Addams Family. It was spectacular. It was long, but it was spectacular. The only thing I didn't like is they didn't have enough of hand in it. Remember the hand? But the production involved 70 people. The commissioner, I think, went, did you not? It was marvelous. Parkview dance instructor Michael Tidwell inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. Another lifetime educator who's touched so many lives for so long, consistently always doing the right thing. He was recognized for that, the educator, the Black Hall of Fame, I'm sorry, but he's been impacting students' lives for years in Little Rock. Don Roberts, ranked 14 in the state, #2 in the Central Region for student performance on the 5th grade science benchmark exam. And that's a marvelous school. Top 3 scoring school in the state on the park. Stephen Helmick, I don't know if y'all met Mr. Stephen Helmick. He's Arkansas History Teacher of the Year and one of the great educators in our school district. We have many. He just represents them in this instance. Joel Spencer, Teacher of the Year, Arkansas Association of Instructional Media Technology. I'm reading too fast, and I know this is I feel like I'm piling on, but these are things you need to know about. Let's go to that next slide. I'm not going to go through all of this. I was at King Elementary when we opened a Lively Positive Fitness Center. I haven't been back as often as I need to go. Come on, that's good stuff. Y'all laugh a little bit. Let's go to the Points of Pride, the grade level ESL summer program, what we're going to do, just so you can see that. You need to look at this. Every single kid who's not proficient in advanced in elementary school in Little Rock was asked to attend summer school. We'll have thousands of students in summer school. Most school districts don't do summer school. They just don't do summer school. We're going to have thousands of students who are basic and below basic who will be in summer school programs. We'll run Camp Can Do again, and it's a marvelous program. I love the program. There are pictures of me doing dancing down there. That's the only bad thing that happened down there. Y'all may know that we have, I'm at the preschool program. We're attacking problems where they start, and that's at the earliest grade. Never solve a problem at the end of a product cycle. I don't care if you're building a car or you're trying to teach kids. I think the time to do it is at the earliest grades. And you'll see that we have 1,700 students in preschool programs, and we're really proud of that. And our preschools are marvelous and are nationally recognized and attended by all who want to see how it's done right. We're really working in focus there. Maple Vale Middle is a school that at least one of y'all is very familiar with. Many of you are. And it first and second place at the fall stock market game. And I suspect their portfolio has outperformed mine. We have kids that read all the time. We give them awards. I'm going to move on. There's stuff about closing the digital divide. Let's stop on that slide. And let me tell you guys a couple things that you need to know. May I do a couple of more things? I don't want to feel like you're overindulging me, but I want to tell you about my week, because the things I'm going to tell you, you're going to assume are extraordinary, or they're different, or they're special. And the next couple things I'm going to talk about are not special. They're everyday things that I see every day in schools. Yesterday, I was with a group of school nurses who are unbelievably dedicated and so giving. See it every day. I was with Teacher Year Banquet. Again, marvelous teachers doing the right thing every day. And in the course of some of that, I had two kids give me poems that they each had written, and I'm going to read them. I'm not going to tell you this kid's last name, so this one was by Sky, who's a marvelous young lady. And the theme for which they were writing was "Let Your Imagination Fly." You open up your eyes. You see the ocean, blue sky, and singing birds. You hear God whispering, your heart thumping in your breath. Every night you see the moon glowing and the stars looking down at you. The stars fade away as you yell for them to stay. It's hard to see you're passed away in the stars. But open up your heart. Look inside it. Let your imagination fly. And this one is another one that a young man read to me privately. I was at a meeting. He was there. He had received an award. And I said, if you have just a few minutes, would you read your poem to me? And I wish you were here to read it, but I will read it for you. Listen to your heart. Let it guide you. Embrace it. Love it. Live it. And it may tell you a song. If it is the thing that tells you the truth, it is also knows right from wrong. Some people don't know how to let it out. You have to let your imagination fly. You can choose the path you take. Heartless or mindless, just do it. And don't let anybody stop you. That was Nicholas's poem. What a marvelous inspiration to me. And the reason I read you those poems is because I wonder, how do our people do it? How do these people that work in Little Rock School District overcome the external factors and get up every day? And that was the first thing I wanted to understand when I took this job. How do these people, these marvelous career people, summon the courage to do their jobs every day when there's so many things going on around them that could distract them from it? And the answer lies in those poems. The answer lies in these students. The answer is a four-letter word called love. These are incredible people that you now manage, and you cannot really grasp the depth of their dedication unless you're with them frequently and see the students that they inspire. And I'm at the risk of, again, I've been accused of a lot of things when I show pictures of students, but I'm going to tell you the next picture, if you'll flip it up, is not a staged picture. This is not a picture that I put together or that I went to some link to find. I was walking through a hallway yesterday morning. This was yesterday morning, Wednesday, and I see these two wonderful young men. And I'm not going to use their last names. Lemarian is the young man to my immediate right, and the young man who's seated is named Longhino, but he goes by Junior. And I've met them both before. They're marvelous kids. And they weren't doing anything they didn't do every single day, which is look after one another, take care of one another, befriend one another, get acquainted with one another, and live a life that's resonant by getting acquainted with their neighbors. Because that's what public education ought to be about, is bringing people together with a common purpose and a willingness to help each other. And I was so inspired by these kids. I'll tell you one more thing, if I can spit it out, and that is, it's such a day of celebration because Junior he's a marvelous kid, and he took the first steps that he's taken after some major surgeries just several days ago, and he is on his way. He's a brilliant young man, and he's got a great friend in Lemarian. We could all do to have friends like that. So let me close by saying I'll be happy to sit around and answer questions on your next agenda matter. But I want you to know, I know what makes people tick in Little Rock School District. And to appreciate the people, you have to meet the people and meet the students. And I hope you'll do that. And you'll see that we've got a school district that's on the way. It's growing rapidly. It has the capabilities to sustain itself now with help and nurturing. But that's what it needs. It needs help, it needs nurturing, and it needs to be allowed to grow and blossom on its own as quickly as possible. I'll close with one other remark that I'm reminded of, and I'll show you a picture if I come back next month. And that is that Spider-Man is an interesting superhero. We've got several Spider-Men in our school district, and I wrote something about a couple of kids that dealt with Spider-Man early in what we call straight talk. But Spider-Man's motto is, with great power comes great responsibility. Everything you do makes a difference for every one of these kids we just talked about. And I appreciate your service and look forward to running hard to the finish line until June 30.
Ms. Burris, would you stay for questions, please? Do we have any questions by board members? Ms.
I
Zook?
want to commend your most recent Straight Talk column. I really enjoyed it, and I know you must be very proud of the son that you and your wife raised, and obviously go to him and seek his counsel. So I love the poem that was written there and the one you read today. One of the things you mentioned when you started last summer was your concern about the facilities, not so much are we going to have schools and all of these and all of that, but the condition that you found through many years of neglect, and has that been something that's going on? Do you have a plan? The disrepair of some of the buildings, and talking about some kids have better schools to go to and other kids don't. Can you update us a little bit on where you are with that?
I can. And I don't think it's fair to use the word neglect with respect to our facilities. It's really not quite appropriate. And I'd be happy to take anyone who wants to see them. We have older facilities that are dated, a number of them, but they're well maintained and they're clean and they're serviceable. That's been my experience, and I've been in all of our buildings frequently. We also, it's not quite fair to say that it is fair to say that we have new buildings that are much nicer than our old buildings.
I always say it's hard to build an old building.
It is, and it's very true. And we have marvelous older buildings that still function. Our grade A, our 1A school is Forest Park, and I don't know when it was built. I think in the 20s, wasn't it? I mean, it's old.
It's over 100 years old.
Yeah, it's earlier than that then, and it has no elevator. They take art on the cart, but they can't take it up and down the stairs. I mean, it's too small. But it's populated by high-achieving students who are leveraged into that position by economics primarily, tremendous dedication by the staff. But and they rank right in the middle of my golf report, and they finish right where they should, which is number one. And I love that school, and I've told the principal of that. But back on the facilities, the way to out of the woods on facilities is to continue to grow the school district, not to strand capital in extraneous facilities. It's foolish for a town our size to have large charter school districts that build new facilities. I think you need to ask East End and Lisa, why in the world would you build new schools right now where we're over-schooled already? That was a question that should have been asked, because those buildings will be built with tax dollars. Those aren't charitable gifts to anyone. Those buildings are owned by others. We don't know who. There needs to be more transparency there. But then I say all that to say we need to focus on educating every child, no matter who runs the school, in a new, more modern building. And you can't do that in a competitive environment where you end up stranding large amounts of capital. And I don't want to get into all that, but in a public environment, you'd never build two water systems and then see which one worked and which one went broke, and then, I guess, abandon the pipe in the ground. That's essentially what we're doing now. It makes no sense to me. But let me just If I were here, and I'm allowing the Civic Advisory Committee to do their work, but we can hopscotch our way through this school district and build new buildings, especially if we could raise our millage ultimately in a couple of years. That's going to be very difficult now. Every time you lose a voter, you lose the potential to raise additional funds. But our millage is now no longer the highest. Tony Wood's millage is 48.3. 48.3. North Little Rock, 48.3. Ours, 46.4. So we could move in that direction and consolidate facilities. We just have to be very careful. But there's an easy way to do that. If the community's together and fully committed, we can do anything. And that we've got some facilities that are underutilized. We need to utilize them more directly. I have some ideas about that. I'm going to let the Civic Advisory Committee report out, and then I had told y'all I would provide you with my thoughts by August 15.
Okay, any other questions? Dr. Barr?
Just a comment. We've thanked you a lot for your hard work and your dedication. And, you know, I think we also, I want to thank you for your dedication to community. And just to share with my colleagues, you know, when the news broke that you would not be returning, the real sense of mourning that there was in this community. And it wasn't just about you, it was really about this what appeared to be a loss of some hope about the future. I think we all know that we have these moments of mourning where we can get through that and begin to move on. But I just want to share just how your spirit really had gotten this community in a new place on public education. And I really want to thank you for that. And I also want to thank you for the inspiration you've shown in terms of the grace that you've shown in this very, very, very long last month. And you have been a real inspiration in how to take a tough moment and live it gracefully. And so I just want to thank you for the inspiration you've shown.
Thank you so much. I will only say one thing. My service has been a labor of love, and it's been cooperative. I appreciate the work that I've been privileged to do with so many great teammates, including people from ADE, the commissioner. It's been an unusual month, but I'm so well supported by my friends and family and people like you that I'm gratified by everything that comes my way, and I'm very appreciative of this opportunity. It's been a blessing to me.
Any other questions, board? I want, on behalf of the board, Mr. Kurtz, I'd like to also thank you for your service, for your energy.
Thank you.
And for your ideas and your ideals. At this time, we got a couple of things. We want to get a motion about whether we accept the report. And additionally, we have some comments from the commissioner after that action. We also have several people that have signed up for public comment. And before we do that, we'll have to have a motion by the board, so that will come after the commissioner speaks. But prior to that, I've reviewed the list, and it's lengthy, although it's not impossible to manage, and this is the way I've chosen to manage it. There are some parents, and I've chosen the first three parents that have signed up, and that's Letitia Retha, Tony Orr, and Austin Bailey. You might want to confer during this time. They're outside. You might want to confer with each other about whether or not any other parent that signed up might have something different to say, because we don't want, although we want to hear from everyone, we don't necessarily need redundancy. After that, there's Jean Levy, faith leader and a part of the advisory council. Also, Nell Matthews and Ruth Bell are both from the League of Women Voters, and we're going to ask those ladies to choose who will speak for their organization. Additionally, we have also our senators represented here, and they will, I'm going to ask them, Senator Joyce Elliott and Senator Linda Chesterfield. It might be helpful if one starts and one ends the public comment period, and that's just for your consideration. Also, Bill Kopsky is here from the Arkansas Public Policy Panel. We'll hear him. We'll hear someone that's classified themselves as a Little Rock School District supporter, although it may be a parent or may choose to acquiesce to someone else. And last but not least is Peyton Woods, who is a student. So if you'll kind of start talking around that order, then that's the way we'll proceed. Senator Elliott.
Since we have waited 18 months, if you want to hear everybody, why don't we hear everybody?
That will be, we waited, and I don't have any problem with that.
We don't either, that's why we
Yeah,
came today.
but we're asking too, for the sake of information, that if it's redundant, that we don't hear that over and over again. That's just my request. And the board may see differently, but if you've got new or different information, but the same voices, or different voices with the same message is what I had in mind.
Well, but it's different parents who have different kids who want to say something for their kids, and I'm just requesting of this board to stop cutting us off and let everybody be heard.
I've never been in a position of cutting anyone off, and certainly of wanting to hear from everyone. So if that's the pleasure of the board, certainly what we would do. There's no intent, and I have not discussed this with anyone, so the board is not co-conspirators with me in this effort. This was my intent to manage the meeting as being the chair of the board. So again, there's enough dissension around this issue as it stands without having anything to come into play that would suggest that there's further conspiracy or further collaborating on one side or the other. So if that's we'll likely take a break in the middle if that's okay, but we can certainly do that if that's the desire of the board. So we'll go around when we have the motion. We have not voted to have public comment. When we do that, and if that's what we do, then we'll go around and see what the intent of the board is. Any comment from the board about that process?
No, just that I'll be prepared with a motion to hear all public comments when at that time.
Okay. Okay. Then Commissioner. Oh, first, no, sorry. Do we have a motion to, concerning Mr. Curris's request? Report, his report.
I move that we accept his report.
Moved by Ms. Chambers to accept, second by Ms. Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I have two things. The first is I've distributed to you a page that the front of that page simply is a recap of the motion and the action of this board in last month's meeting concerning the appointment of a stakeholder group representing the community south of the Arkansas River. And we had a number of nominees for that, and on the back of that page you'll see that in this last week I went down to Crossett, met with the chair, and we came up with the list based on the feedback and nominations from the stakeholders. Mr. Tommy Branch, Ms. Tamika Edwards, Ms. Ann Brown Marshall, Mr. Jim McKenzie, Mr. Antoine Phillips, Ms. Leticia Retta, Diana Verity. We have been working to determine how best to assist this group in moving forward. We will certainly staff this, and meetings will be held here in the auditorium or other locations as this group determines. So if they want to move it around to other facilities around the area, then that is certainly their prerogative. They'll be open to the public. All the meetings that will be here, we will live stream. Meetings that are in other locations may be live streamed if the technology allows in those locations. We certainly, those meetings will be open for public comment. As I mentioned, we will staff the meetings, provide minutes, and we will post those to the AD website. And at your request, the committee will prepare written quarterly reports and present to the state board regarding the status of the efforts that you outlined in your motion and your action. We will post the agendas on the state board website, the same site where the agendas of this meeting are posted. In the first meeting of the committee, which the date of which has not been established, we will work with those members to set that date. But they will organize, and they will select a chair and a vice chair, select their meeting dates and times, and then outline the timeline of events specifically to address the issues that you all have asked them to address. So that will, that's an update on that, and be glad to answer any questions on that particular item.
Any question concerning that report? Okay. Ms. Wright has a question.
Madam Chair, maybe less of a question, but more of a request. Obviously, we're at a time right now where we're also talking about the Civic Advisory Group and what will replace the current Citizen Advisory Committee that we have. And if there could be some conscientiousness around branding of these committees to thoroughly identify that they are separate entities. I think there was some confusion even around the nomination and communication. You and I know had spoken that, but I do want the public to know about the insights to that conversation, because I do think at this time where so much transitions is going on, we owe it to the public to be just as clear as possible. And I think we have a tremendous opportunity here with some special branding, maybe even welcome some public thought on what that could look like, so that we can be very clear, not just in names, but more importantly, delineation in tasks. I think there's a tremendous opportunity here to get more people involved and bring some folks to the table. That was the intention of the second committee, but the fact that both of these committees may be coming on board around the same time does lend to the potential risk, right, of confusion of who's doing what and roles versus leveraging the potential of having the greatest number of folks possible and voices possible in the conversation. And so I think some additional thought and how we communicate that out to the public in the weeks ahead, if I could kindly request that, Commissioner.
We're certainly open to suggestions on that. In our office, because of the phrase south of the river that was used so much, we kind of informally referred to it as the South of the River Group. And I don't know that that's the best branding that we want to apply, but certainly we'll give some thought to what, a name of that group that better describes its role. And the next group that I'm about to talk about, it's set in statute. So we don't have a choice what we call that one. So, okay.
Any other questions, comments?
Okay. And the next presentation, want to talk with you and have some conversation about the appointment process for the LRSD Community Advisory Board. So we can go to the next slide, please, Kim. All right. The Community Advisory Board, if you remember, okay, let's keep in mind that what got us here is January 28th, 2015. This board voted because of the academic distress conditions, which were schools, 6 schools below 49.5% proficiency in literacy and math. That triggered the action of the state board, which puts the ADE and the commissioner in certain roles and responsibilities. Immediately following the state takeover, decision-making rests with the state-appointed superintendent and commissioner, and then the appointment of a community advisory board in that second year begins the transition, a return to the traditional roles of a school board. So I want to stress that the community advisory board is a significant step towards the return of local governance. Okay, Kim? The statute says that if the state board determines sufficient progress has been made, but the schools have not yet resolved all issues that cause the classification of academic distress, the commissioner, with the approval of the state board, may appoint a community advisory board. As you all know, a couple of months ago, Baseline Academy was removed, so progress is being made. I think if you look at the pre and post tests in the other schools, we certainly recognize that progress is being made. But as of the last classification, we still have 5 schools that meet the definition of academic distress. Okay. So the qualifications in the statute for the Community Advisory Board is to consist of 5 or 7 members. They shall be residents of the district, and they shall serve as volunteers on the board. We are responsible as ADE of providing technical assistance, making sure they get the technical assistance training. And that is the training that all school board members receive under Arkansas Code 613, 629. We partner with the Arkansas School Boards Association to provide that training, and they are trained in areas of school law, school operations, fiscal issues, and student achievement. The duties of the Community Advisory Board: to meet monthly with the superintendent, again like traditional school boards would. They are to seek community input regarding the progress of correcting academic distress issues, conduct hearings and make recommendations to the commissioner regarding personnel and student discipline, working to build community capacity for continued support of the school district, and submitting quarterly reports to you and to the commissioner regarding the progress of getting out of academic distress. So the process, many have asked, well, what is the process? How will this work? We have the applications available at the AD website, and the link is listed there. There is also a provision in statute that requires that we ask the local legislators that represent that district for nominations. So, this timeline is tentative, certainly subject to discussion, and we can modify this if you all feel like it would be in the best interest of moving forward. But tentatively, we are asking that the nominations be received by May 31st of this year, and then an application deadline of June 17. We will review those applications and then select the members by zones. So many have asked, well, how will this be? Will we follow the current zones, school board zones? Will we do something different? We intend to follow the current school board zones as currently established by LRSD. And then in the July State Board meeting, it would be my intent to present those appointments to you for discussion and approval. Okay, so there was one more point that I put that back up there for me, Kim, please. Okay, so under the next steps, many have asked, well, what do we have to do? What does the district have to do to get off of academic distress? The statute requires that ADE certify to you that, one, all conditions that led to academic distress have been corrected, and two, that there are no schools in the district remaining on academic distress. That leads us then to a timeline of when those next determinations will be made. We have asked, and it is in the contract for both the ACT Aspire and the multi-state alternative assessment, that we get those scores back by July 1 of 2016. We will need to open up a corrections period because, keep in mind, this is statewide. All of the statewide ACT Aspire and MSAA data will be coming in. So Ms. Barnes and her unit will be responsible for working with schools during this corrections period. And then, after the corrections period, we begin the calculation and analysis of academic distress, of all the components of accountability that are triggered by the ACT Aspire and the multi-state assessment. So sometime in the fall of this year, there will be a determination of progress for academic distress in the 5 remaining schools. Depending on how well they do on ACT Aspire, again, remember this is a 3-year rolling average, and so that data will be looked at in conjunction with the previous years to determine if they have met or exceeded that 49.5% proficiency level for their students in math and literacy. What happens after that? Well, I would open that up for some discussion here. After the academic distress calculations, I've told you what our responsibility is under the statute. We have to certify to you those 2 things that I mentioned. Now, there's also a provision in the statute that allows you to take any other action legal that is lawful regarding any school district that is in state control. A number of scenarios are in place that I think some of you that were on the board last year discussed possibilities other than district takeover. So that would be in your purview to have those discussions at that point in time. You know, if another school or 2 schools succeeded in getting off academic distress, and we had 4 schools or 3 schools or some number left, what would we do at that point? Would we continue in the path that we are currently on, working with the district in a state takeover situation, or is there something else you all would want to do? So, Madam Chair, we'd be glad to take questions, but I pose that to generate some discussion either now or later on the future possibilities.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Barr?
Yeah, just a few things. Thank you. On the duty, if we could go back to the, Kim, if that's handy, the duties of the community advisory. Yeah, thank you. So obviously a kind of short list, but a list where there feels like there's some elasticity in terms of how broad that is. And in particular, I think there's, as Mr. Adams voiced earlier, frustration of an absence of a community voice on matters such as new charters, charter expansion, the possibility of the seeking of waivers, et cetera. Is it your view that this list of duties would include it being appropriate for the CAB to come forward with their views, their majority views on those issues?
The 4th bullet point there, working to build community capacity for continued support of the school district, I would interpret that very broadly to say that a community advisory board, if they chose to, could opine on anything that comes before this body or anything else dealing with public education in the district.
Okay. I just wanted us to be clear on the front end so that down the line there's not folks who say, oh, this is outside your bounds, because I want us to be really clear that this is a step towards a return to local control, as you said. It looks a lot like a school board. It doesn't have all the powers of a school board, but I do want us to be clear in terms of what powers, especially as a voice of the community, this group would have.
Dr. Barthen, I would just point to a recent example. PCSSD's Community Advisory Board weighed in, passed a resolution regarding whether PCSSD would stay in state control for a 6th year based on extenuating circumstances. You all received that. That was in the packet. So, they felt like that was something they wanted to have input, and they did so. So, obviously, a number of issues could fall under that category.
Okay. And on the, I guess it was the last slide, but on the timeline, so we'll get ACT Aspire results fairly soon. Now, we do have, this year we did have the concordance process, a variety of other things that really, in addition to the late return of the test, slowed down any calculation of which schools were still in academic distress. What do we expect there in terms, because you say fall 2016, do we think we can do it that quickly?
I asked Dr. Arola that very question. And of course, she was hesitant to give us a concrete date because of those issues, but she felt confident that the fall of 2016 is reasonable. Now, whether that's September 21 fall or November fall, it is a broad range, but there is certainly a legitimate, reasonable estimate that we could have it done by then.
And under the statute, if at a point in time this board said it is time to return to local control, that could take place via an interim school board, right?
Yes.
We don't have to wait until the next September. We can act more quickly than that.
Statute provides for the appointment of an interim school board that would have full authority of a school board that would act in that role until the next elections.
Okay. Thanks. One final thing on the under the your statement that if there are 2 or 3 schools still in academic distress, that we could consider a new path at that point. That's also from the original power that this board has when it comes to to academic distress districts and schools. So at any point, we have that power to say, we want to think about a new path.
Yes, there's a provision, a very broad power provision there that says that any time the state board may exercise their authority of any lawful action that's provided for in the statute. And Ms. Clay may want to, did I get it right? Okay, so she's saying that's correct, so yes.
Okay. And we did have at least, before several of y'all were on, there was at least one motion to return the school board. I believe it was at the meeting when Mr. Curris was hired. There was a motion that failed, but so there is some.
Yeah, I think Ms. Mahoney made that motion.
Right. Thanks.
Ms. Chambers?
My question was related to that. Just for those of us that weren't here, so that we not slow the process, if we could anticipate, maybe use a meeting or two in the summer prior to when the Aspire scores are back, so that we really know what our rights, our responsibilities are as a board relative to giving back local control. If we could plan for that into the agenda, that would be great.
Sure, happy to
Any
do
other
that.
questions? Ms. Wright?
And I guess less of a question, but building on both of my colleagues' requests, I think we, especially for the reasons cited by our colleague Dr. Barth here around the feeling of mourning or confusion and such that has been felt in the community, the desire that we see with many folks speaking here today, I do think that we owe as much clarity as possible leaving today's meetings about next steps. But I would like to present a motion of hearing public comment to get us there, because I think we've heard now from the district and from the commissioner. But I do think that there's many folks here that are prepared and have given a lot of thought to different ideas, and I think we owe it to that. So with that, if yes.
There's one more thing I think I would like to hear from you all on, and that's process issue. It had been suggested to me by one of the legislators, some type of, when we get the nominations and applications in for the Community Advisory Board, having some type of open process, since I make the appointments, you all have the approval authority. I told the representative that I would bring this up and let y'all talk about it. Is there a place in this timeline where you all would want to have a meeting with those potential appointees and give them an opportunity just for an introduction? Obviously, if we had 50 applications, that the size of that would certainly be something to consider. But that is something that was requested of me to bring up to you all, and I agreed that I would ask that question after I had finished my PowerPoint. But I didn't want to leave that hanging, so you all could have some discussion of what that process might look like, so it would have a more openness.
Let's start with Ms. Dean. Do you have any objections or comments regarding that recommendation? Dr. Barr?
And it might require a specially called meeting. Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do think that would be helpful. At least, often when we've gotten when we've approved CABs from other districts, it's just been a list of names that we have no idea really who they are, and I think especially because of the context in which this decision is taking place, I think it would be helpful to begin to put faces and personalities to those names at a minimum.
Ms. Hook, do you have a comment? Ms. Wright?
No, I would just echo Dr. Barth's sentiments, and I think especially as we've all seen and already even heard some allusions to around, especially the last few weeks, questions with the process. I think if we can add some transparency, and if not everyone is available for a special session, I know in other circumstances like this, we've created committees of subcommittee of the board to be able to support the commissioner and such in this, and I would just say that might be another approach, but I think if there's ways where we can add transparency, accountability, and support to this, then I know I very much would welcome it.
My preference would be the entire board being involved in it instead of a committee, but
I agree.
other than that, I'm fine.
Ms. Chambers?
I agree, and would just ask, very similar to what Ms. Reith was just talking about, there's been a declared, a spoken need for more engagement and transparency and community involvement. And so one of the things I would ask in terms of specificity to the CAB is that they come back with a recommendation on how the board can play a more specific role There have obviously been some questions, maybe even confusion. What's the role of the interim superintendent, the commissioner, this board? And so as we are trying to take a longer-term view to something that's very sustainable in our relationships and how we engage, I'd ask the CAB to come back. We may need town halls, periodic gatherings where we get together and questions and answers are exchanged so that we feel more connected and that it all is much more clear about how we go forward together. So if that could somehow find its way into this, Commissioner, I think it would be helpful.
Mr. Black, can you come up? Okay, Ms. Savers, are you there? And if so, do you want to weigh in?
She has to get herself off mute.
Okay. Well, okay. Then at this point, we'll hear a motion regarding whether we'll have public comment.
Doug?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
here.
Okay.
Did you have any additional comments you would like to make?
No, thank you.
Okay. Back to whether or not we want to hear public comment. Can we have a motion one way or the other?
As I alluded to, I do hope that we don't end with public comment and that we pick up where we've leaving this conversation here about offering specificity and clarity with next steps here. But I do move to hear all of the public comment and all the individuals that were signed up for today to speak on this action item.
Okay. You heard Ms. Wright's motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Barth. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I think, speaking to Ms. Chambers' comment, this isn't the first district that's had a CAB, and so we have a pattern plus statute, so we won't all have to reinvent the wheel. But I think this summer to have that, because we'll also have 2 new board members, and that will be helpful for them as well.
Okay. We'll go into public comment. The question now is whether we have a break now or I think we'll take a break now till 11:30. And we'll reconvene for public comment.
Academic distress reports. Thank you. Because I had a lot of stuff, but everybody thinks all I do is throw cold water, so.
Again, we can't have individuals standing in the building. We ask that those that don't have seats would go outside and find a space, either in the lobby or the overflow.
Take some notes. So, the names that I gave you.
If I do that, then everybody has.
Still be in the upper room.
Okay, we're going to start our public comment. We're going to go in the order that folks have signed in, with the exception that we're going to ask Senator Elliott and Senator Chesterfield to come up and speak first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I do want to be sure you understand, I do not think you are part of some conspiracy about people speaking. If there was any suggestion of that, that was not my suggestion, only that people be heard. But I do have to say it is unusual of me to stand up in a body and ask such a thing. But the simple fact is, kind of like Dylan Thomas said to us, do not go gentle into that good night. I've lost all my gentleness. And so don't expect that from me today, because I've had 18 months of having, I guess, the rub to a point now, it's just not gentle anymore. So what I want to talk to you today about is almost an 18-month long, what I call psychological assault. A strategy of shock and awe, I think, to this Little Rock School District and to this city. And I'm not here today to ask anything. I'm here today to demand Little Rock School District be returned to the people of this city. I'm also here today to suggest to you that it might not be you, but the school district is being forced to operate under a rigged system. And I will tell you why I think it's rigged. And it would not surprise me if many of you don't see it that way. Because many of you may not be as aware how long this has been going on in Little Rock and in other parts of the state, that a few people with money and power who can afford to meet behind their gilded curtains and send out orders and have them carried out. And those of us who have to come in a situation like this and do this are then looked at as the ones who are less than civil. But that's no mind to me today, because I have lost my gentleness. So here's where we start. I don't know of any mathematical formula that should suggest to you, or should have suggested to us, that 6 out of 48 schools in academic distress should have even amounted to this district being taken over, but we did. We displaced the democratically elected school board, probably tired of hearing this, but imagine living with it. And we kept the superintendent, who after the fact we found out, if you could put 2 and 2 together, were in collusion for him to be kept while he stood here and spoke against the board and in essence against the district itself. Then we dismissed that superintendent. Then we hired a new superintendent for fiscal reasons, hired a new superintendent because we've been taken over for academic distress. And then somehow that morphed into fiscal reasons that we had that superintendent. You might understand why we're confused and think there's something rigged about this. And then we added to that a continuing creation of a parallel school system with expansions of the charters. And I say parallel school systems, and that takes me back to 1957 when I was starting school, when we were under a racist school district ordered by law that we were trying to change. And here we are, we've gone through all of this, and we are more segregated than we were in the late 1970s and 80s. And what's the harm of our having a parallel school district, a parallel school system? Think back to 1957, that's the harm. And for us to, as a matter of policy, continue to expand charters, and as a matter of policy, continue to create parallel school districts. You can call it what you want, but that's what it is. From my standpoint, it's indefensible. And I would think you couldn't help but feel as if there's not something rigged about this, that we feel that this is okay. So then, after we expanded, we fired a superintendent because he now does not have academic credentials. Although we said we hired him to take care of fiscal distress, which we were not in to start with. You might wonder why we're confused and feel like we're under psychological assault. Then we hired a new superintendent in a manner that would make dark money look transparent. I don't have anything bad to say about Michael Poore, but if this board is okay with this process, let me just tell you, I'm astounded if you are. I'm astounded if you think it's okay and not at least consider doing something about it. Michael Poore might be the best thing since sliced bread, he might be. But I will just bet my meager wages I make as a legislator, the way he was brought to Pulaski County was not the way he was brought to Bentonville. And that would have been the way to do it. There is no such thing as hiring a superintendent and not attempt to go through some of the ceremony that you do so that the community has some sense of it. I don't understand how anybody could think this is okay. And so when I ask all of you in a letter that I sent to all of you, a simple question about the expansion of a charter school, we got an answer that I will deal with in just a minute. So now that we have Mr. Poore here, apparently, he came in and reported to us that there is this unilateral decision that's been made regarding some 3-point plan that we'd never heard of. And the 3-point plan includes collaboration, which everybody likes, which you can push me over with a toothpick to understand that collaboration is one of the major points, and he was brought in with absolutely no collaboration. Return to local control, good steps today. And the third part of this plan is for career tech centers. If we're going to do career tech centers the way they do in Switzerland and Germany and Denmark, where they really matter and there are not dead ends, this might have some merit. I have no problem with career tech. I'm an educator, I understand career tech. But I also understand too that it does not mean a lack of academics and that we're sending somebody down a dead-end road. But the most interesting thing to me about the career tech centers is this is a re-engineering of our schools and our school district, and nobody asked anybody in this district, is this what you want? Nobody asked anybody. And so I inquire, well, where did this come from? Because the people I have heard talk about this the most has been the Chamber of Commerce. I'm fine with it, but the Chamber of Commerce, and I can only guess, when you don't tell me, I might guess wrong. But nobody is telling us anything. This is just unilaterally decided, and it's not okay. And then you wonder why I think it's rigged. Yes, I do. How else does this happen? So we are going to, as I understand it now, have career centers in Hall, McClellan, and Fair. And nobody has asked anybody if this is what we want. I don't care how great it is. The community engagement that you referenced, some of you referenced earlier, Ms. Chambers, lastly I know, it's not happening. And this is never going to be okay until it starts happening in a way that's respectful to the people. So we've been under the state control for almost 18 months now, and we're talking about appointing the board. One of the things I want you to be ever vigilant about this board, is that Pulaski County has been under state control now for 5 years. And they've had this board that in many cases has been summarily ignored. If we're going to have this board, and I think we should, we need to think about it very differently from the way the board has operated in Pulaski Special School District. Because it hasn't operated in many ways out of respect for the people and the people who are on it. So when we thought that was all, what else could happen? Something else surely could. So this is the next thing that happened. Recently, we've had a suspension of rules and regulations to allow more charter school expansion. Now, this is what seems odd to me. We're going to have more charter school expansion, then after that, we're all going to get together and collaborate. But let's please have this expansion first, although we've had two that are absolutely problems for this district having any ability to plan. So Little Rock Preparatory Academy missed their deadline to make their appeal to the authorizing board, the authorizing panel. I look back through their minutes for the last 6 months, because that's what's available. I was curious as to why you would miss a deadline and then expect to have an exception. So I could look back through June, and the only time in that 6 months, these are the times that this was discussed, their expansion. The first mention was in August. It was innocuous. September, October, nothing happened. In November, there seemed to be a pretty robust discussion. In December, there was obviously a robust discussion because it was in the minutes, so they knew they had to make this February deadline. And according to what's in the minutes, the plan was 80% finished, 80%. And they were going to have a meeting on January 5th to make sure they would have everything ready to get to the panel on February 17th and 18th. They stated the deadlines in their minutes. They didn't do that. In spite of their own urgency, they didn't do that. And despite saying the plan was 80% finished back in December, they still didn't do it. And then they come and ask for an expansion in Little Rock because they figure they can get it because it's Little Rock and you will just do it. So I guess the other thing that is important about what they are assuming is that we don't have our expansion yet, but we do have a building. And we're just going to go ahead and get our building ready. That started in March. They didn't meet the February deadline. They start with the building in March, and there is more dark money there that we don't know where things are coming from. And I ask you in the letter that I mentioned earlier, why is this okay that Little Rock keeps getting beaten down and this other parallel school system keeps getting exception after exception? And basically, the answer I got was that if we did not waive this rule for these charter schools, because if you do it for Little Rock Prep, you have to do it for everybody else who's requesting. That's in the law. But if you do it for Little Rock Prep, you have to do it for everybody else. And if we don't do it, it will not be in keeping with our values, according to Commissioner Key. And what I don't know is what are those values? Whose values are we talking about? Is there some value statement that I missed someplace that I could understand this? Because I haven't seen it. And is it our values that we keep undermining the Little Rock School District? Is that in our values somewhere? That's what I want to know. Madam Chair, I only have about 5 more dots and I'll read them quickly. You're being kind. So the values that I ask you to exercise are the values of democracy, fairness, transparency, engagement, respect, and finally, a release of this district from state control, because we have clearly demonstrated we are doing 2 different things to 2 different folks. If we are not following these values, I suggest to you what's happening now is illegitimate. It is not in keeping with the faith of our traditional democracy. If we're going to continue to pull Little Rock School District apart and divvy it up and pass it out like so many awards at a middle school graduation, I think you ought to tell us. I think you ought to give us the plan. I think we need to see what the plan is that's obviously in somebody's head about the Little Rock School District, because it's not on paper anywhere that we have seen after all these 18 months. I expect Little Rock to be governed by the rules and the data. I expect the charter schools to be governed by the rules and the data, and that's not happening. I am demanding that we stop expansions. I'm demanding that we put a clear delineation on paper with the rules so we know where, if we are moving toward getting out of, from under state control. And the plan needs to show us forthrightly and how swiftly we can get out of state control into a place of autonomy. Nothing else will do. So if I've not made myself clear to you today, I'm not asking. I'm demanding that we be clear about what it takes and what other steps and when is it that Little Rock will be a whole school again, a whole school district. This is not right. We are not the racist past of 1957. We should not be creating parallel school districts and adding to racism, but we are. I am slow to call things racist, but I can see, I can figure things out. And some of this is unintentional, but the result is the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Elliott, for your comment. Senator Chesterfield.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, and ladies and gentlemen who I hope are supporters of the Little Rock School District, as I am. It is my great challenge to represent the Jacksonville School District, the North Little Rock School District, the Pulaski County Special School District, and the Little Rock School District. I have probably the most eclectic district of anybody in Pulaski County. And I've been angry for some 5 years now because of the lack of involvement of the people in that which is most important to them, and that is the education of their children. Having taught social studies for a long time, I have defined democracy the way Lincoln has: of the people, by the people, for the people. I believe in the tenets upon which this country was based. No taxation without representation. And you are taxing us, and we don't have a voice. We are not represented, and community advisory boards don't do it because we don't elect them. And so it is time now, ladies and gentlemen, to return both school districts. We're keeping Pulaski County until November. No good reason. No good reason. It's been there 5 years. It's time to give it back in September like anything else. Instead of having to go through the process of going to the legislature and having to reinvent the law to fit what we want to happen, because we told you in the beginning that where you have multiple school districts, it's going to be more difficult to have elections parallel, and that has come to pass. The people are not apprised of what is going on with community advisory boards. Most of them don't know the date, nor the time when they meet. And they don't have to meet when it's convenient or where it's convenient for the folks. Finally, I had the audacity to believe that our public schools would be treated as your charter schools. But alas, reality has reared its ugly head, and we have been taken over in spite of academic progress. while charters have not made adequate yearly progress since, as the old folks say, Hector was a pup and he since died of old age. But it's okay to expand them while you diminish us. Because anytime a district is said to be in distress, the community loses confidence in that school and thus takes its children out of that school. You've been unfair to us. You have not been representative of us. And we, the people, want our schools back. We, the people, want you to understand that this is not the land of charters, it is the land of public education. And we demand that we get our school districts back. I want Helena, West Helena to be restored. I want the school district in Pine Bluff to be restored, Dalloway. Because I tell you something, your track record isn't that great. When you've taken over these schools have not shown great progress. You don't have the capacity to do it, and obviously you don't have the will to do it. And when you get somebody in a position who has the will to do it, you get rid of him. It makes no sense. And so I'm asking you for a common sense solution. Give us back our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chesterfield. The next person that's slated to speak is Letitia Rita. Leticia. I'm sorry. Leticia is coming from behind. Leticia, I'm sorry.
Good morning, members of the board. Good morning, and thank you for having me here today. Well, my speak is going to be very briefly, and we're going to talk about the lack of communication.
Let me interrupt you before you start. You'll have 3 minutes for public comment, and that will be the limit for all those that come behind you.
Perfect. Okay, we're going to talk about the lack of communication with the Latino community, the Hispanic community. There is many proposals in the school district that they're not going down to the population. And we're trying to assimilate something, and that something is changed pretty quickly. We're trying to learn and go by the guides of the school, the law that guides the school district, but there's so many changes. We're confused, and we're trying to assimilate what's going on. Right here, the problem is we, the Hispanic, the Latinos, we're not getting the news in our language. Probably it's difficult, and probably it's hard for you to understand, but we're segregating, we're left behind because nobody's telling us what's going on right now. We need to know, and many people think that we're not interested in our kids' education. We're interested. The problem is, how do we cooperate? How do we gonna know all this change suddenly if nobody is telling us what's going on? So I'm here today because I'm representing part of the population. And I'm the parent who is very interested in my kid education. My kids already graduated from high school, and Latinos are graduating with honors. But there is the second level after the Caucasians or whites. The Latinos are highly graduating with honors, and they have the best job, the best opportunity. Latinos are very hard worker person, so the parents, many of the parents don't have the education that we're looking for our kids. And we're here because we were looking for a better education, better life, and now it's not what's going on. Nobody's telling us what's going on. And that's my point of view. I know that my time is very short, but really, I see Baker Corres or the other superintendents try to go to the schools, and they was very having relation with the schools. But what about the population? What about the Hispanics? You know, there is not any paper who says something is changing. Every time that we try to assimilate something, another change. So please, just stop causing distress for all the students and the parents, because we don't know what's going on. Really, we need that help. We need to know what's going on around to better educate your kids and know and tell them what we really think about all this process. Well, thank you, I guess that's my part. Please just don't forget the Hispanics. Don't forget the Latinos and the school from distress schools are not just whites, not just blacks, but there is a lot of Hispanics behind. But we're learning, really, and they're graduating.
Thank you. I started on the wrong page. The first person on the first page of sign-ins is Jeff Grimmett. Mr. Grimmett, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, members of the State Board and the Arkansas Department of Education, Commissioner Key, and concerned citizens of Little Rock and all of Arkansas. My name is Jeff Grimmett, and I am the LRSD. Thank you. I proudly attended Booker Arts Magnet Elementary School, followed by Henderson Junior High School, and finally graduated from Central High School in 1998. Currently, I'm finishing my 9th year as an English teacher at Henderson Middle School. And before that, I worked as a special education paraprofessional at Mableville Middle School and J. Fair High School for 5 years. So almost my entire life has been wrapped up in some form or fashion in the Little Rock School District. As an idealistic 17-year-old, I vividly remember covering the 40th anniversary of the historic integration of Little Rock Central High for my school newspaper. Wandering through the throngs of onlookers listening as the Little Rock Nine and President Clinton spoke about the fight for an equitable education for all. Now, as we approach the 60th anniversary, the state of public education in Little Rock has heartbreakingly moved backwards. Just like before those infamous events of 1957, there are schools in our city that are, for all intents and purposes, segregated. And like our infamous past, those schools are not in good shape sometimes. There's a lack of resources, there's a lack of staff. It has become evident that Governor Hutchinson, Commissioner Key, and other state leaders have no interest in a diverse and robust public education system in Little Rock or in Arkansas. Because despite the numbers showing that charter schools perform no better and sometimes even worse than public schools, they continue to receive special treatment while the LRSD suffers under the ineffectual control of the state. For example, Covenant Keepers is perennially labored as a priority and academically distressed school. ADE's rules governing public charter schools state that they can place a school on probation or may modify, revoke, or deny renewal of its charter if the authorizer deems that the persons operating the public charter school failed to meet academic performance criteria deemed appropriate and relevant. Why have none of these things happened? The whole idea behind charters was if they don't work, then they don't get to proceed. But that doesn't seem to be happening. Little Rock Prep Academy receives similar favoritism about its academic outcomes. And on top of that, Commissioner Key has granted them a special waiver to request expansion and relocation to the former Lutheran school, which is in close proximity to several public schools. And meanwhile, the Walton Foundation and the Little Rock Chamber of Commerce have been working to build that place since March. Just give me one more second. Oh, well, I lost my last page, but I just would like to call for a restoration of the school board. We need local control back. It's hurting the Little Rock School District. Thank you for your time. Appreciate
Thank you, Mr. Grimmett.
Yes, to put any mind at ease of anybody, the Little Rock Prep has withdrawn their request to expand. They still will be coming with the request to change locations, but they have withdrawn their, so if that is part of your presentation and your concern, then put your mind at ease about that.
The next person signed to speak is Ruth Bell. Ms. Bell, when you hear the alarm, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm speaking for the Pulaski County League of Women Voters. And my comments deal with the Community Advisory Board, which you will be shortly, maybe by July, approving the appointment of. The makeup of the Community Advisory Board, we feel, should be citizens who have a record of positive support for the district in its progress toward returning to local control, and who are knowledgeable in our community and known for their leadership in dealing with derisive issues. We hope those are the criteria you will put at the top of your list when you look at the slate that is presented to you in July. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is Julie Johnson Holt?
Here I
Okay,
am.
go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Some of you know that I worked at ADE from 2005 to 11, so I'm well aware that the state is ultimately responsible for providing an equitable and adequate education for Arkansas students. So while I was here, under the then new law, we, the state, took over several school districts, almost all for fiscal distress. One was unable to make its next payroll. Others were weeks away from running out of money. So the goals were clear: return the districts to financial solvency. ADE staff worked on the ground to make that happen, and as soon as those benchmarks were reached, often in well under 2 years, financially stronger districts returned to local control. While communities never welcomed takeover, I felt confident then that the state was intervening in the best interest of students. Excuse me. So with that background, while I dreaded the rumored takeover of LRSD, I held on to the small hope that this action would prove to be in the best interest of our students. I came to the meeting upstairs last spring when you hired Baker Curris, promising Little Rock needed stability, and I too found hope in that move, given Baker's years on the school board and his history with the city. Baker's performance, of course, has strengthened that hope for many of us in Little Rock. But just as we relaxed a little, beginning to believe that LRSD would come out of this stronger, the ground beneath us began to shift, starting with last month's charter expansion hearing. I was here, stood in line for 4 hours to not get to speak, and that's the night I lost faith that the state was working in the best interest of our students. Though presented with sound data, you pounded another nail into the coffin you seem to be building for LRSD. Having taken over the district, I believe this board and the commissioner and the governor have a legal and moral obligation to act in a way that best serves the students of the Little Rock School District. Providing quality education is what that law is all about. It's not about pushing an agenda, especially one that will walk us right back to pre-1957. In my opinion, you abdicated your responsibility to the children of Little Rock that night. And yes, I know that choice is the battle cry for several in this room, but with state takeover, you had a responsibility to build an LRSD that is a great choice for students. Your actions that night were counter to that goal. Meanwhile, the ground continued to shift. Within weeks, word trickled out that Baker's contract would not be renewed. Amid great outcry, we heard the explanation over a day later that this action wasn't because Baker missed any benchmarks, but because you, Mr. Key, wanted an academic leader. In my world, we call that trying to get ahead of the story. But you were a little late, and I have to question the choice, as the news on Sunday was that our new academic leader comes from a district with a quote-unquote lousy record of graduating disadvantaged students. And I'm going to finish. I'm proud to stand up for Little Rock, but I'm tired of standing on shifting ground. I no longer trust that the district that performed so well for my students, or for my children, is in able and caring hands while under state control. So I want to know, and you were kind of getting at this, but you didn't get there, What are the benchmarks? Benchmarks that are not going to shift, that will get us out of state control. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bill Kopsky.
I am not Bill Cosby.
No, you're not. What
but
is Mr. Kopsky going to speak?
He is, but we switched spots because I have a lunch meeting, and he was kind enough to allow me to speak in his stead, if
And
that's
your
okay
name?
with it. I'm Antoine Phillips.
Okay, Mr. Phillips, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I always begin by saying I'm a McClellan grad and I'm a lawyer here in town, and I also served as an adjunct professor at Bowen School of Law. And when we were doing our training as adjunct, one of the dean told us that when you're in the classroom, don't be afraid of silence. You ask a question, don't expect everyone to speak right away. Don't expect action immediately. Allow people time to think and consider the question that's being posed. I tell that anecdote because I'm happy and I'm excited to work with you all in the future as a member of the stakeholder group, South of the River group, whatever that group is determined to be, as it relates to traditional public schools and charter schools within Little Rock. And just like we learned when I was preparing to be an adjunct professor, I asked you to pause about the issue before you as we think about the expansion of charter schools. I mean, this committee was formed, as I understand it, to address this issue of how charter schools impact traditional schools within Little Rock, among other issues. And I would implore the board, I know people don't like to use the term pause, slow down, moratorium, whatever term you want to use, to think about the purpose of this board and allow this board to do its job in making recommendations to you and to the commissioner about how charter schools affect traditional schools. So I'm glad to know that Little Rock Prep has taken back their request for expansion, but until our board has the opportunity to make recommendations, I would request that any charter school expansion be on hold, that we think about how these things affect one another until we're able to make that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kopsky, Bill Kopsky is next. And after he speaks, we're going to take, the board is going to take a lunch break, approximately 11:15. So, Mr. Kopsky. What? I missed something?
The clock is 12:15.
I'm sorry. You know what it
It
is.
doesn't matter.
12:15.
Madam Chair, Henry Smothers is here, and I believe she would actually be next if Antoine Phillips and Bill Kopsky switch places. Mr. Kopsky is going to be here after lunch, and Ms. Smothers is not. If you would allow her to
no
speak
problem.
at this time, okay.
So after we hear Ms. Smothers, we'll break for lunch.
In September of 1894, my hero was born. His name was Henry Smothers. He was my dad. I have his namesake. He lived to be an old man. One of the things he would oftentimes tell us is that if he had my age and his wisdom, he could rule the world. He was so smart, and I really looked up to him. He raised 11 children on a third grade education. We were very encouraged every day to do our best, and we did just that. But one of the other things my dad would tell us as we were growing up is that, baby, you have to stand for something because a fool will fall for anything. I have a granddaughter in public schools, Little Rock Public Schools. And when she grows up and she asks me, Grandma, what were you doing when they took over our schools? I'll have to say, baby, I was standing for something. I was not a fool, and I was not going to fall for anything. I've been a card-carrying member of the Arkansas PTA, the National PTA, for 20 plus years. I've also been a friend of the district for over 20 plus years. The National PTA has been in existence for 119 years. We are the very largest group that advocate on behalf of children. I've served as the Little Rock PTA Council President. I've served as the Vice President of Legislation for the Arkansas PTA. Each year, we have a legislative program. This year, as in years past, we adopt what we believe we are for and against. The Arkansas PTA legislative program for 2015-16, I'll be brief with this. It says we support measures that provide for expanded funding from public schools, children's health and safety, a quality education for all children. These are the things that we oppose. We oppose measures that weaken or minimize the power of local school boards. We oppose measures that put money, public money into private or parochial choice voucher plans. Public dollars should be used to support public schools. We oppose measures that divert tax monies from school districts without the support of the affected district's Board of Education. We oppose measures that weaken collaboration between school, home, and community. I stand today for those parents, teachers, students who cannot speak or stand for themselves, those that are speechless, those that are voiceless, those who have the same concerns. We want our schools back.
We're going to recess now, and we're going to return at 12:45.
Give it back! 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 Give it back!
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Call the meeting back to order and continue with our public comment. Next person we have on the list is Kendall Delph. Kendall, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Kendall Delph. I am a debater at Little Rock Central High, and I'm just a pleasure to come and address you on my opinions. I'm glad that I thank Kathy Kohler for allowing me to come speak today. I just want to get this out personally. I just want to say that any political action has public consequence, and that's something we learn in debate. That's debate 101. And I have just, with the recent expansion of charters in the district, has just proven that the AED has chosen the wrong side of history. You have chosen the side of the corporations, of the 1%. You have ignored the students of color like me. You have ignored the students who don't have the resources to attend these charter schools. I just want to point out that you have ignored the efforts of desegregation in the district. You have ignored the recent Lisa Academy brochures that were not sent to minority communities. You have re-entrenched the segregation of the district that has already affected many students like me. The quality of teachers is something that I feel personally about. I feel helpless knowing that my peers and that my future children that attend these charter schools won't have a quality and qualified teacher education like I do. Another thing is the removal of Baker Curtis. He was someone who was an effective leader that in the district. We felt like even though we had the local board taking away, we felt that Baker Curtis was a little bit of hope. And with the removal of him, you have also shown that you have revealed your true intentions. We enjoy Baker Curtis because he is the one who goes home at night and probably sweats the decisions he makes that impact students like me. And when you choose someone from Bentonville who does not reflect the majority of the community to represent us, it's a very paternal. It's the paternalism that we say is bad. It's paternalistic that you say that minority parents and minority communities can't decide for themselves, cannot decide for them children. And when we believe that you have chosen the wrong side of history. I have one question for the ADE, and that's, why can't you see me? Why can't you see the students of color like me who work 14 plus hours a day, who negotiate with their bosses so they can attend debate tournaments on the weekend to further their education in college? I am a committed student at Kansas University, where I have worked hours to get recommendations to work for scholarships, I am an AP student, and recently this week I have done 2 AP tests. I have a disabled parent, and I am the second oldest, and it's just very unnerving to know that the AED has chosen the wrong side of history.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next on our list is Tony Orr. Mr. Orr, you'll have 3 minutes for your remarks.
Yes, ma'am. I want to thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me to come this afternoon, and start this morning and afternoon to address you. I'm a very loud, outspoken, and vocal parent for the Little Rock School District. And so this morning, when I was coming to think about what I was going to say, I was listening to the radio and I heard this song, the theme song from MASH. And there's a lyrics that goes, suicide is painless, but it brings about many changes. And so I want to say one thing, that suicide can be very painful, and it still brings about these changes. For so long, the students, the parents, and the citizens of Little Rock, we feel have been held hostage by Mr. Key and this board. We feel like we have been extorted. Our money has been extorted, our children are being extorted, our rights to choose has been extorted. Some parents feel like me that Mr. Key is the Jim Jones of Little Rock School District, and we're being forced and extorted to drink his poison Kool-Aid. We're being forced to drink his Kool-Aid of charter schools. We're being forced to drink his Kool-Aid of a superintendent that we had no right or had no choice in selecting. We feel like the only way that Little Rock can be the school district is supposed to be if you allow local control, locally elected officials that we know. We don't know you, and you don't know us. You have an agenda, and your agenda don't include us. And one of the things we feel like is that if you're going to represent us, then do it in a way that's transparent for all of us. We understand one thing, and let's be clear about it. We know this is not about students. This is not about academics. This is not about distressed schools. It's about money, and it's about somebody else's agenda. And the only thing we ask, be straight up with us. Be honest with us. We're grown people. We can take it. If you come to us and listen, we don't care about you. We don't care about it. I've been watching just the posture of some of you on this board this morning. You could care less what we're talking about because you have an agenda that you want to see through. So just be honest about it. Say, we don't care. We don't care about you parents. We don't care about you students. We don't care about you residents. We care about what we want to care about. And it's not about making sure that our students are being educated. It's about what we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Austin Bailey. Austin Bailey's apparently not here. Aaron Larkin. No, not here. Liz Smith. Not here. Okay. Jean Levy. Mr. Levy, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board, Commissioner. I'm Rabbi Gene Levy. I'm a retired rabbi. I am on the current, soon-to-be out-of-business Civic Advisory Committee. We, I guess, go out of business in the next month or so. We have been busy over the course of the winter and spring of having 5 community forums, and we're just now putting together the finished material, which will be presented next Thursday. We've had hundreds and hundreds of participants. and have given hundreds of suggestions. We feel that we had just begun to crack the areas of trust and transparency with many of our parents. We had just begun that we had answered questions as to where are we going. But now with the secretive activities of last month, we feel that much of that trust and that transparency has been totally dissipated, and we're going to need to start all over again. As a religious leader and a member of the Civic Advisory Committee, I implore the board and the commissioner to make known, just as our previous speaker said, make known directly, what are your ultimate goals for this district? You have a moral obligation to let us know what the plans are for the LRSD, without excuses, without equivocation. We need to regain the trust of the parents of the Little Rock School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our list is Brant Collins.
Hello, how's everybody today? I'm an LRSD parent, and a few things I'd like to talk about. I was looking through your website trying to learn who I'm talking to here. I was lucky enough, I'm a transplant. I'm from a big city called Dover, Arkansas, which is north of here. Moved to the big city of Little Rock. But when I was in Dover, went into the military, came back, and I ended up going to ATU, and I became a recruiter, academic recruiter for Arkansas Tech University. So I've traveled the whole state and went to a lot of high schools trying to recruit kids. I looked on your board, see there's and you can give a shout out if you want to, Daniel High School, Crossett, Fayetteville High School, Newport High School, Southside, Fort Smith. Who's Southside? Vicky. Oh, Vicky, okay. Because Melbourne High School, Oak Grove, El Dorado, not El Dorado, and Girton High School, thank Mr. Keys. All public schools in small towns, correct? How would your town feel if I came into their town and tried to take over their school board? They wouldn't have that. And we're a small town too. I've been to some big cities, you know. Everybody that lives outside of Little Rock says, how do you live in Little Rock? It's so big. You know, they haven't been to Dallas or anyplace else. It's a small town, and we all know each other. The mission for the Arkansas Department off your website, the Arkansas Department of Education strives to ensure all children in the state have access to a quality education by providing educators, administrators, staff with leadership, resources, and training. So I think from the report that we saw earlier from Baker Curris shows that LRSD is providing that quality. The word leadership, though, it's a great thing about iPhones today, right? Words matter, so I like to use the thesaurus. You know, leadership can be administration, it can be authority, but it can also be command, superiority, and supremacy. And that's kind of where we feel as parents. You have control over us. You're giving us supremacy over us. You're not leading us down a path because you're not being upfront. One of the things that Joyce Elliott said, and I kind of heard a few other people say, is faith. I was lucky enough to serve in the United States military, the United States Navy, on a submarine that goes underwater on purpose. 150 young men, I was about 18 at the time. You're going to go in and purposely go under the water. Fear sets in. I was also lucky enough to get to dive with the Navy SEAL team, and I had to go out of the submarine while we were underwater. The most dangerous thing they said that you could ever do. Why was I had no fear at that point? Because I had faith. I had faith in my training. I had faith in all of my shipmates. I had faith in the system. If without that faith, fear sets in. And I've lost faith in this board. I've lost faith in the state government. I've lost faith in the system. Like most of the parents here, when you lose faith, fear sets in. Like the Hispanic mother, the fear, the stress, all of that comes into play. So I implore you to please give us back control. Because I know I spent 5 years of my life to protect your freedom. There's a young man back here that we're going to ask to give his life. Don't let us do these things for you and take away what we fought for, is that idea of democracy, freedom of choice, our voice. That's what I fought for. I did that for you, each of you. Please do this for me.
The next person that's signed to speak is Nell Matthews. Okay, Ms. Matthews, you have 3 minutes.
I'm Nell Matthews. I'm on the leadership team of the League of Women Voters of Arkansas, and the League has been involved in K through 12 education for many years. Ruth Bell, who spoke to you earlier, is with the League of Women Voters of Pulaski County, and I don't know if you realize, but Ruth Bell was a foot soldier in the Women's Emergency Committee. That's how long we've been involved in education in Little Rock and in Pulaski County. The Little Rock School District lacks a publicized plan. Without a plan, then there is no way to achieve goals in a businesslike, efficient, and effective way. We have been fortunate in having a leader, Baker Curris, who developed and implemented his plan, a plan that encompassed meeting with consultants like those in the district administration, with teachers, with the community. And he developed cooperation and understanding and agreement by his collaborative work. But his plan ends on June 30th. Where do we stand now in resolving the issues that brought us to this extreme situation? Commissioner Key, you're in charge. We want the plan. Give us the plan. It cannot be secretly held. The need to return the school district to local control as quickly as possible should be one prominent goal. I'm also a member of VIPS, and we are expending a tremendous, all of us, are expending a tremendous amount of energy in protests and meetings, energy that could have been applied to work in the schools. I say, give us a plan, get us out of control, give us back our local school board. Thank you.
And next we have Emily Kearns. Emily Kearns. Right here? Okay. Valerie Bailey. Is Valerie Bailey here? Okay. Ms. Bailey, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Valerie Bailey. I'm a parent in the Little Rock School District of a 3rd and 4th grader at Fulbright Elementary. That's the elementary that Baker Curris sent his kids to. And that's the elementary that when I complained the first week of school that we didn't have enough security, he rode his bicycle through the parking lot the next morning to speak with our security guard and find out how she personally was doing. And then he wrote me back. I'm upset. I'm upset just like Senator Elliott is, and that's why I'm here. And I want to talk to you about the situation that there are two entities here in front of us. There's Commissioner Key, who has complete and total authority by statute over the district, and there's you, a board who's made up of many people who are have a lot of, many of you, 6, 7, 8, 5 years on this board and really do know what's going on in Little Rock. Dr. Barth, I would point to you in particular. You've stated in the past that you're from Little Rock and you care about what happens in Little Rock. Many of the members of this board, I think, feel the same. Commissioner Key, not so much. You're not from Little Rock. You don't care about Little Rock. And I know that for the 2 reasons. There are facts. Number one, Baker Curris injected tremendous leadership, stability, and heart into this district, and then you fired him. Number 2, a principal who I won't name, she hasn't given me permission, directed Baseline Elementary for the 3 years that they were under academic distress and was immediately sent home. I want to know why. I want to know why people who have been given jobs to do and have done them, why those people have been dismissed. A sinister plan emerges, sir, and it's not workable at all when you have 100% authority over the district, yet the parents in the district community have no recourse to this board who does know what's going on. And my time?
Not yet.
Okay.
Go ahead.
How will you fix that? I'm asking you, Commissioner Key, and I'm asking you, board Madam Chair, the two entities here, the board and Commissioner Key, are able to hide behind each other. One of you was able to gut our district of 3,000 slots. The other was able to fire our super. And we can't go to either of you to ask for recourse. That is unworkable. It's got to stop. And I would suggest that we get back to the point, which is the two ways that you, Commissioner Key, suggested earlier, that we get the district off the stress list. One was that everything be corrected, I think, and second, that all the schools get off the list. So what I think I understood was all of the problems should be corrected, and then there's this second mysterious factor which says all of the schools should be off the list. So I absolutely demand an answer about what that means, such that we don't come up again in the fall of 16, sir, and you say, well, all of the problems were addressed, but there are still schools on the list. We've been punked. I mean, I don't have my lawyer hat on. I am a lawyer. I'm a parent. And we're tired of being punked. And all of these reasons, I mean, we demand answers, and we demand that you fix this. And sir, Commissioner Key, I'll end on this. And one thing that I personally would tell you, and I admire you, and I think you've done a good job for the state of Arkansas, but you're out of your element here. You're out of your depth. What you can do is, excuse me, I'm sorry, get in touch with Michael Poore, sir, and ask him to cancel his plans. We don't want him here. We want Baker Curris here, and we want to move forward. And that would help a lot, and I encourage you and ask you to do that. And with that, I'll end.
John Tribble, or Tribal. You have 3 minutes, sir.
You all have no idea how happy I was that Bill Clinton won the presidency. The reason being that I'm from Arkansas. When I was 17 years old, I was an exchange student in Germany. And as far away, as many thousands of miles away as Germany is, when people would say, hey, where are you from? I'd say, I'm from Little Rock, Arkansas. Guess what they would tell me? They'd say, oh, you're from Arkansas, Little Rock, Central High Crisis back in 1957? And yeah, I'd hang my head low and say, yes, that's where I'm from. You have no idea how embarrassing that is. To have to answer time and time again that you come from the place in the United States, in the world, that is labeled for segregation. And to have it happen over and over again. When Bill Clinton won the presidency in 1992, I was in college in Paris, France. I was very thrilled. This has nothing to do with politics, because from that day forward, people would say, you're from Little Rock? That's wonderful. You come from the same city as the President of the United States. It took that for people to start to forget Central High in 1957. It is embarrassing to the state to have to live that down when you represent the state outside of Arkansas in the United States, or even worse, abroad, where, believe it or not, people are very up to date with United States history. When I moved back here 5 years ago from living in Europe, my daughter, who was born over there, was put into public schools. I myself went to private schools, and I wanted my daughter to have the cultural depth and the cultural diversity that you can only get in public schools in this area of the country. You don't get that depth and the richness of life by going to private schools like I did. I wanted to remedy that with my daughter. Now I'm wondering if that's the right thing, because we're losing, through your decisions, we're losing the cultural depth that we have had since 1957. And I wonder, when my daughter goes to Europe to visit her grandmother this summer, is she going to have to answer questions? Oh, you're from Little Rock. My God, you know, almost 60 years after Central High, you guys are going back to where you started. Really nice to know you're from Little Rock, Arkansas. I don't want my daughter to have to undergo that embarrassment. So I ask each and every one of you, each member of the board, and you, Commissioner Key, when you go home at night, I want each and every one of you to think, do you want to be the names behind taking Arkansas back to pre-1957, Or do you want to be the names to say, this is 2016, next year is 2017, look at how far we've gotten in the 60 years since Central High? Well, right now, we're on our way back to 1956, not to 2017. I want each and every one of you to think about that every night in light of the decisions you're making and what kind of consequence it has on the people of Arkansas, the people of Little Rock, and what you're going to be known for around the world. You can't hide behind these decisions because the whole world will know about it. Thank you.
The final individual that we have signed for public comment is Charles Zook. So we'll hear Mr. Zook, and that will be the end of the public comment.
Ready to go?
Thank you. I am. All right. Hi, my name is Charles Zook, and I am a K through 12 product of the Little Rock School District. I'm also a former full-time school teacher. For the past 10 years, I've taught in Little Rock School District, primarily 7 years as a sub, 3 years as a full-time Spanish teacher. I am here to talk, frankly, about the giant elephant in the room. I'm here to talk about Walmart. Walmart bought the new building for the Little Rock Preparatory Academy, a very low-achieving charter school, before they even knew if they would be approved for expansion. It would seem that Walmart knew something that the public did not. What Walmart wants, Walmart gets. If this charter expansion continues, then it won't be too long before most of the good LRSD teachers will begin leaving in droves. That's what smart people who don't enjoy being treated poorly tend to do. But that, of course, is by design. Walmart wants the teachers gone, the unions broken, and a proliferation of charter schools. This is likely the reason our governor and others have set aside millions for TFA. They will pick up the slack. The same data that Superintendent Curris wanted a deep analysis of tells us that this juggernaut of school choice will decimate the LRSD. This choice that we are to be provided with will at first be delightful to many, like the low prices at Walmart stores. Walmart will surely see to that, but over time, most will come to rue the day that we allowed our democratically elected school board to be hostily overtaken by people with a school choice agenda, plus one unsuspecting board chair. It doesn't take a genius to read the writing on the wall. Yes, many will be happy at first about having choice. We will be like the small town that is excited when it gets a brand new Walmart, only to later end up a shell of its former self, pining away for the days before the town got sucked dry by low prices. This is bound to happen because, like Walmart, charter schools are based on a corporate model, and the profits will always end up being more important than the people. Always. All we have to do is let them close the door and get down to business destroying the teachers' union. It's what Walmart wants, and we will be the ones who suffer. I, for one, refuse to accept this quietly. I will continue to support the district I love, and I will gladly eat my words if someone can prove me wrong.
That ends our public comment time, and I don't have to say this, but I will. There have been several comments that suggest very clearly that the board does not listen and that we don't hear and internalize the comments that have been made. I will be very liberal and assume that I can speak for the board and say that we do. Otherwise, we don't have to do this, actually. So our minds are not made up, and certainly we hear your comments and understand your concerns. This is not an easy job, but we take it in sincerity and we take it in seriousness. And I could be at home or somewhere doing something else rather than being ridiculed and accused, but that comes with the territory. But clearly, I took the job, and I'm here until June 30th. I took the job, I'm here to June 30th, and I'm doing my job. So in that, we won't all agree. We won't ever all agree because there are always two sides to the story. But again, I speak on behalf of my fellow board members to say that we're not in a position of role playing. As the children say, we're not acting. We're doing our job, and we're doing it from the persuasion of our conclusions and with the information that we have. So with that said, we'll move on to A4. And that is consideration of appeal from denial of school choice application. Warren. We're moving on. Unless Ms. Clay has something.
Madam Chair, two individuals are here that would like to give public comment. Ms. Annie Bryant was on the sheet that you and I both have.
Ms. Bryant is for A7 though.
She signed up in two places and would like to give comment on Little Rock as well.
Okay.
And then also a Miss Anika Whitfield signed up and didn't sign up on a sheet after you and I had our sheet. So those two individuals are here.
Ms. Rice, before then, are you?
I'd let them speak first, but then I did want to say.
Ms. Bryant, on Little Rock, please, and we'll save Little Rock Pine Bluff for when Pine Bluff is on the agenda. And Pine Bluff has been pulled.
I'm sorry.
The agenda item with Pine Bluff has been pulled.
Yes, I'm sorry. I put A7 on there, but I meant to put A3. I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
I said if I put A7 on there, I meant to put A3.
It was A7.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here in support of the Little Rock School District and just excellence in education overall. I have 3 children in the Little Rock School District, 2 at Brady Elementary, and I also have 1 at pre-K at Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School as well. Basically, what I'd like to say is that myself and other parents are depending on you to ensure that our kids receive the highest quality education possible. And we do welcome choice, and we need choice, okay? But we also need to make sure that you're ensuring that we get that transparency and that honesty, that we get the whole story about what's going on and what these things entail. Also, when I look at charter schools, specifically from the Little Rock School District standpoint, what I'm finding out or what I'm hearing is basically that it's not necessarily inclusive. They're not soliciting students from all areas. Specifically that they're not looking at people from communities like my communities, people like me, okay? And so that concerns me. Now, in the Pine Bluff community, the issue that I have with charter schools is basically, we have charter schools there, and you can go to your website, they have Fs, and they've never met the standard or served the needs of the students that they're serving. So I don't understand the concept of bringing in others when we have those there that's not meeting the needs. And so those options, because of that, I don't see those as valid options for us. And so I'm just asking as a parent and as a taxpayer and as someone who wants the resources used in the best manner for excellence in education, to just make sure that we're focusing our resources in the best way possible to get the best results for the kids, because we're taking away dreams and opportunities. And many of the kids from my community, they've had those opportunities taken from them for a very, very long time. And it's just been too long, And so I want to thank you for the choice and everything, because we do appreciate it, and it's been enlightening and very helpful. But we really need to have some good choices, okay, some honest choices. And also, I like to say that myself and other parents are standing with the Little Rock School District for public education. And in Dollar Way, we like to say that as far as charter schools, no way in Dollar Way. But thank you.
Ms. Whitfield will be our final speaker on agenda item A3. Ms. Whitfield, you have 3 minutes.
I've asked Kendall to stand beside me because I want the focus to not be on myself, but I want it to be on the students and the students of the Little Rock School District. When I started my journey in the Little Rock School District, I was in kindergarten, and I had an absolutely amazing teacher, Miss Darling. And Miss Darling saw the best in me, and she allowed me to be a peer teacher in my classroom. And she saw leadership, and she saw all of the students that were in our classroom. Black, white, Latino, everybody was treated the same. And she gave us love, she gave us hugs, she gave us a strong foundation. That's what I want for every child in the Little Rock School District. As a member of the Civic Advisory Committee, at our very first meeting, Commissioner Key came, and one of the first things that I stated was, I wanted our local control back, our local governance back. We can handle the Little Rock School District, but we need to do better. And we recognize that the responsibility is not solely on the board. It also is on the people of Little Rock. We need to come together, and we recognize that, and we've been starting to do that work, and I hope that we will continue to do that work together. But Commissioner Key, I would specifically like to address you and ask you to remember that conversation that we had when I met you back at the Civic Advisory Committee. And I asked you what was it that the board and what was it that you were going to do for our school district to make it better. And you said that we were charting new grounds, that this Civic Advisory Committee was a new committee, and that we had pretty much full reign to decide what we were doing. And we took that responsibility, and we took it very seriously. And Jean mentioned a little bit earlier, we had community forums, and we heard from the people, and we heard from the parents. And Ms. Zook, you mentioned when the charter expansion happened that you heard from the parents that supported charter schools, but I really want you to hear from the parents who support the Little Rock School District. And that being said, I would ask you, Commissioner Key, to step down from your position and allow the governor to place someone in your position who will hear all of the people, who will really care about all of the students, that will look at a Kendall and see her promise and her excellence in education, and look at her younger brother and all of the kids that are at Central High School, Hall High School, J.A. Fair, McClellan, Henderson, all of the schools in the Little Rock School District. All of those children matter. All of those students matter. But we need leaders that care about them. We need leaders that show that they support them. We need leadership that will not go behind their back and take away the very resources that they need. And you have not done that, sir. You have not been honest to us. You have not been fair with us. And we would like for you to resign. I'd also ask that the board would consider the Little Rock School District and immediately restore local control to us, because we can do it better than you have. Thank you.
Ms. Wright.
Thank you, and I want to thank the Madam Chair and all of y'all for giving me a moment. I think after hearing all these comments and things that were said, it's important to have a conversation for many of the reasons that were cited around transparency and accountability. And whether people in the audience know this or not, we're not allowed to speak to each other outside of these meetings here. And so I think sometimes it's important to have a little bit of conversation. Am I out of order, Ms. Zook? Or?
No, I had a question and with regard to something you were saying.
Oh, okay. So what I did want to get to was what I did hear today, because I do think that there's some things that can be done. I know from our past conversations that we may not all agree on everything that's been said thus far. But I do think that there's some things that were said, some actionable items that I would like to see if we can walk away with a commitment to. I don't have the gift of articulation that Dr. Barth has, so I don't have a prepared resolution or anything, but more some things that I'm taking away from this conversation that I'd like to pose to you all and see if we can in turn pose this to community, so folks that are leaving here with the passion that we've asked them to have for our school district and for our schools don't walk away discouraged and don't walk away disengaged or disillusioned, because that's counter to, I think, what any of us want here. One piece for me is definitely around the accessibility, the transparency piece, and then this commitment to legitimate power for the committees that we have created. I do think that there is something that we can do, and part of it may be that special meeting that we have with this Citizen Advisory Board. If we can walk away with a commitment that we'll have that meeting, that we will, as has even now been asked to us of the legislature or representatives, I think is what you said, to be part of that process, that maybe at that time, one, it's open to the public so that they can see and observe and be part of that. But that I think that would also give us an opportunity there to maybe flesh out a little further what's been asked of us here, right, in terms of putting the devil in the detail around the legitimate power for the Citizen Advisory Board. I think you're exactly right, Ms. Zook. There is precedence and there is statute, but I think we've also heard that that hasn't always gone far enough, right? And if we're going to talk about the Citizen Advisory Board, maybe we have an opportunity there while we're talking about who constitutes the board to also talk about what can we learn from the mistakes of the past to make this really feel like it has some legitimacy and some power. And with that, along with that, then having that conversation along the lines of what's being asked of us here in terms of strategy of how does that relate to this new south of the river committee that's there, maybe have an opportunity there to actually flesh out the branding and some delineation, what this looks like, but have that conversation in a special meeting public format where folks can observe or at least tap in, and we can offer a little bit more tangibility there. I don't have those answers right now. I know that this is something that we're doing as we go, and I know that's been said a lot of times, but I think it could be one of those additional steps that could help at least to demonstrate that we're not just here listening, but we're actually willing to react and do something about what we've heard here. Now with that, and this I feel like less certain around in terms of what the solution is, but we've heard so much today around local control, and even you, Commissioner Key, teed us off with what that looks like, at least in regards to statute and such. And I don't know what that, and I put this honestly to my colleagues here, I don't know what that looks like in terms of a timeline. We can't have arbitrary timelines when we don't know the results of exams. I understand that now, having sat on this board for 6 years. But at the same time, we've been hearing this over and over again. As Dr. Barth has said, we even discussed this shortly after we made the decision of taking control. And it seems like we need to do something more than just leave it hanging out there. And I'd like to know what that could look like. I'd actually welcome the ideas of the commissioner if he has some thoughts on what that looks like beyond the timeline of fall of 2016. Is it the kind of thing where we could say it is with the guidance of the Citizen Advisory Board, or I don't know, some sort of time frame? I'll admit I'm at a little of a loss of what this looks like, and I've given it some thought. Maybe some of you else will have as well. But I feel like we need to be responsive to this question on local control. And then the final piece that I've heard, and then some of it was said today and some of it was in conversations I've had around this, but the idea of having this moratorium on new charters or school closures until we can get some of these plans in place. And I realize that's a lot harder to do in regards to statute, right? There's not a precedence for that. Some of it may be a timing thing because applications will be considered in the fall, and it seems that we're talking about a timeline for these committees of having information in the fall. Maybe it's a commitment to the committees being able to present their positions and findings, or trying to accelerate the pace in which they do this, or an acknowledgement of how, when we set up these committees, that it's done in a way so that their research and strategy and analysis that they're tasked to do can feed into the decisions that are made in late fall and early winter around charter schools and such. Again, I don't have formally formulated ideas. I thought in the thinking that I've done this last month and hearing today, I would formally have something. I apologize to my colleagues that I don't. It's more a feeling of concerns of being able and wanting to re-articulate with my colleagues, at the same time acknowledging what we can and can't do after 6 years of having been on this board, but feeling that we still can do more in terms of the process and some sort of assurances. It doesn't necessarily have to be at a level of a resolution, but at least something that we walk away with today so that the community knows that this isn't, they're not speaking to a vacuum.
Dr. Barr?
I I've been thinking about this same issue. And first off, I want to thank everybody who came out today. And I know all of us probably got our at some moment got our toes stepped on, but we very much appreciate y'all giving your time to show your care for this district and this community. On this issue, I talked to Dr. Arola a little bit at break about kind of what the timeline is going to look like in terms of scores and the concordance process and all that. I think it is important for us to resolve to consider a new path after in the month following the time where we do have the final results from this year's ACT Aspire, which would include, of course, the concordance process. And that doesn't lock us in to saying we're going to do X or Y, but I do think that we have some responsibility to have a full conversation about what the new path is, if there is, or at least reaffirm that indeed we think it's important for the state to maintain control at that point. So that would be my notion, is that we resolve to have that as an action item on the agenda the month following the completion of the test process for this year, which includes, of course, cut scores and all the rest. So that would be my wish.
Any other comments?
But I'll look to the commissioner for his thoughts on that.
That's entirely doable, and as I mentioned in my presentation, that timeline is uncertain. We generally think it will be in the fall, so once those determinations have been made, then we certainly put that on the agenda for you all to contemplate and discuss. And as you all know, as we mentioned, the 2 new members that will be joining you in July. If I may, Madam Chair, I want to take an opportunity to recap, because there have been a lot of concerns voiced, very passionate voices, and I appreciate all of those. The question that keeps coming up is a question that has been asked repeatedly and has been answered by us in this setting and other settings. What are the benchmarks? It's 49.5% average of the students at proficient or higher in math and literacy. I mean, that is the benchmark. That is the rule. That was established according to the procedure, according to the statute, and that is what we at ADE are bound to follow. So that's why we go through all the calculations. That's why we present that to you. And as far as what goes into that, as far as what are the plans for getting to that point, it's ACSIP. It's the Arkansas Comprehensive School Improvement Process. It is the school improvement specialists that work through the school improvement unit, through Dr. Wild, through the team that they have assigned school improvement specialists to each of the schools, not just in academic distress, but the priority schools. Tomorrow, you're going to have a report. That report, which I don't know if you'll have time to discuss it, but all of the priority schools, including the 5 remaining academic distress schools, are there. And this report is principal feedback, leadership of those schools. And whereas you will see they have made great progress, they still have many challenges. Challenges that ADE can't overcome, because it is one of the things that principals have to respond to and provide us feedback are on challenges. And I just point to all of these schools, point to absenteeism continues to be a problem. This is student absenteeism. This is teacher absenteeism. Look at the data. We want to talk about data. Look at the data. Now, this isn't going to get claps and applause out there. I understand that. But we're going to have straight talk. Let's have straight talk.
Give us the data. I'll look at it.
It is available every quarter, every month. We have these reports. The ACSIP is available at the schools. It's not available here. To to think that ADE is going to have all this data. It's at the level where it needs to be, and that is at the school level. It is with the principals, with the school leadership, with the teachers and the teams that are supposed to be taking this data, working with each other to put steps in place. Now, the data is going to show pre and post test. Mr. Curris has been here many, many times talking about pre and post test data, and we are making progress. But there are still challenges. We have a school personnel development grant that in October, and this was reported to you all, it's been reported a number of times, that not only when you look at one of these reports for Hall, you're going to see where the principal identifies one of his problems. One of the challenges of the team there is that students come in 3 years or greater behind still. Okay? This is the third quarter report that you're going to be looking at. So what does that point to? That points to pipeline problems. And this 3-year grant, $500,000, that we specifically targeted much of these dollars, which accounts for professional development, for RTI, response to intervention, so that it builds the capacity. It is specifically a capacity building grant where our team works with the Little Rock team in the first year, Franklin, King, Romine, Stevens, Washington, and Watson Elementary. Each school year, the grant will support LRSD RTI scaling up by providing training and coaching to at least 6 more schools every year. This is work that we do through our special ed unit and through Ms. Smith's unit with learning services. These are things that we've reported, we've talked about before with regards to baseline, the one school that has exited academic distress, a SIG grant, federal dollars, to devote to building the capacity of that student population and the teachers that work in that student population. ACCEP, what is ACCEP? It's through InduStar, through Dr. Wild, and Mr. Harvey's here, and may have some folks that can talk more about this, but they presented this before. We have research-based recommendations that we, as a department, provide assistance to the teams out there to try to build the capacity to make the improvements that are needed, that build up to meeting that 49.5, exceeding that 49.5%. So these things are in place. If things need to change, many of these things have to change statutorily, because we have the responsibility. I've given you the statutory responsibility of ADE as it relates not just to Little Rock. This isn't just something we do in Little Rock. We have had multiple districts that, as someone mentioned earlier, fiscal distress, that's clear. A good leader can turn around a fiscal distress school in a very quick period of time. Academic is so different. Academic distress points to pipeline issues because kids are going to be behind as they go through, 3 years behind coming into Hall. So our team at ADE is working hard, working diligently. The support of the Office of Intensive Support, State Superintendent Mr. Talbert, his role is he attends these community advisory board meetings wherever they are. That's one of his tasks, to provide support and communication to and from the department. So I would just make sure that the board realizes that in the face of many of these passionate comments, that there's a lot of work being done. A lot of work being done by this team, a lot of work being done by the LRSD team. And we keep working in this vein. We are confident that through the processes that are in place, we will accomplish what needs to be accomplished for all of the children that are in the district. And these things, we've talked about these things before, we've discussed them in this group before, but I think it bears repeating today because this information is not hidden. It's open, it's out there. And we will continue through the Community Advisory Board as that process and that committee gets put in place. These are the things that we'll continue to work on until such time as academic distress has been corrected and no schools are left, or this board takes other legal action according to the academic distress statutes.
Yes, to answer the question that was asked earlier, I think from the audience, on the meeting agenda that's for May the 13th, item number Report 9, it lists all of the different schools that are in academic distress and the principal's most recent 45-day report. That is open for everyone to look at. There have been a lot of things said today as fact, and of course we don't want to get into a back and forth, but the data is there, as Mr. Key said, was reported by the principals and the superintendents. So you can look at the data of teacher absenteeism, students' reports, and students' achievements, and you can see, in my opinion, there's a direct relationship in a lot of those schools with the teachers up as much as 60% were absent more than 5 days in a 45-day period. And then you look at the children and the scores they had in pretest, and sometimes you had as many as 90% scoring D's and F's. This is not hidden information. This information is posted always at least 8 days before our meetings. This is part of the data that we study. I too have a vested interest and have since 1968 when I started teaching in the Little Rock School District. These issues did not happen overnight. They've been going on since the '82 lawsuit was filed, so that's 3 decades there. So I understand the passion and the need, and I also understand we get lots of emails and text messages for people who feel differently than those who spoke today. But we do listen to everyone, and we want you involved. We want you to understand we're not making arbitrary decisions. We're making decisions based on visiting with people in the community, talking with principals and teachers, studying the data that's provided by those schools. This isn't data that someone from the outside did, but to answer the question on Report 9 on tomorrow's agenda is the information referenced by Commissioner Key.
Dr. Barr.
Just actually a procedural question. Before we moved into public comment, did we approve the creation? Do we vote on the creation of the CAB?
I asked Ms. Clay about. Ms. Clay, would you come and talk about that?
I don't believe that the law requires you to actually approve. I think that your determination of the fact that progress has been made towards removing the academic distress designations was done at the last meeting. If you want to take an affirmative step and be absolutely sure and have it on the record that you are directing the commissioner to begin that process, that is certainly okay.
I do think it, because I'm looking at the statute, it's not the clear. We know this section has its challenges,
yeah.
But that one is, and I think it would be best if we could affirm the process for creating a community advisory board with the powers laid out in the statute, and then also the kind of additional role that group would play as a vehicle for the patrons and parents in the district, as we talked about earlier in the day. And I would also add to that, if it's appropriate, a resolution to reconsider the path forward for LRSD after the final results for the ACT Aspire are received for this year. So that would be my motion.
There's a lot there. Could you say it again?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially the last part.
It's a two-part. I mean, I guess one part's very simple, which is creating the community advisory board with the powers that are laid out in the the statute as well. As we talked about earlier, the fairly expansive reading of certain sections of that to give that group a real voice. And then the second part was a resolution to consider the path forward for LRSD in terms of governance after the final results of the ACT Aspire test are received this year. And that, by final results, I mean not just the scores, but also the concordance process, so we can understand what those scores really mean in the broader context.
Would you consider making those two different, because they seem to be not consistent with each other?
Yeah, I'm totally fine to do that as two separate.
Okay, so we'll take the first motion from you, considering the advisory board. Is that correct? Okay, so we have a motion from Dr. Barth. Is there a second? Second. Second by Ms. Chambers. Any discussion?
If I could, just for point of clarity, are you also envisioning a meeting around the selection of the advisory board members? Is that something that would be?
Yeah, I think we had agreed to
spell that.
had consensus about that earlier, so I would also.
So if you would take that amendment to your, okay.
As amended, motion as amended. Ms. Kaufman, did you get that? Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Dr. Barth, do you have an additional?
Yeah, my second motion would be that we, a resolution that this board will consider the path forward for LRSD in terms of its governance and other issues after the final results of the ACT Aspire are made available later in this year.
Is that not
understood?
I want to be clear. We are going to have a composition
well, let's
change.
get a second, and then let's get a second to that.
I'll second.
Okay, now discussion.
I guess based on the presentation that was done earlier, I just thought that was the path that was laid forward, just like we do on physical distress. You look at the numbers, you go, and it's easy. With this, that we were, based on the presentation he made, that was what we were going to do. So you believe that we need a motion to that effect?
I would like us to commit as a board to do that. I think we're going to have composition change in the board between now and then. I think this board that has spent a lot of time with these issues over the last number of months has some clarity about what is needed to begin to move things forward. It is not required that the board do that. It certainly, we had some consensus in the conversation. I would just like us to commit in a more formal way.
And if I could, to add to that vein of I think trying to get to your intent, I think for myself as well, if it was something along the lines of commitment to a special meeting or work session or hearing, more than consider, I think could be considered broadly, right? That word. And so if we could elaborate on what to consider meant. For me, in my head, that would mean some sort of special meeting or commitment to a work session or something that could be open to the public, but that we're actually committing to take a certain action of conversation.
Okay, and I know you know this, but to be sure the public knows this, we can't meet ever, even just two of us, without it being in public. Yep.
Correct, yes,
So,
thank you, yes.
Yeah, I know you know.
It's redundant, but yes, yeah, no, just to emphasize, thank you.
Sometimes the things we say and the way they're understood are not always the same, but yes, I know you knew.
Any additional comments? Okay, we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of Dr. Barth's motion?
Again, I'm sorry, if he could amend the language to say something more than consider, if you would be willing to elaborate on the word consider, I would feel more comfortable with your.
Thesaurus.
Or to have a meeting or a session or whatever.
To study and I don't know what the.
Can we commit to have a work session or a special meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I guess of course, we would have a work
I'm not
session,
sure
but it has
this
to
is
take.
the way it's done, but go
It
ahead.
has to take place in a formal meeting.
Yeah.
I don't know if that, I think we'll have to, whether that's a special meeting or whether that's a regular meeting, I think in some ways may depend upon timing, and so
Maybe commit to a formal meeting, as you said?
Yeah, I mean, that's an action item. where we consider what that data means and how it links into the statute on governance of the district. I don't know if that helps.
It does for me.
What does it do for you, Ms. Kaufman? Did you get that? Okay. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to A4, consideration of appeal from denial of school choice application warrant. Ms. Davis, Jennifer Davis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Courtney Solis Ford, staff attorneys, filling in for Ms. Davis. Before we get to the actual agenda items, I just want to review the procedures for the board on school choice appeals. First, all parties, with the exception of attorneys that wish to provide testimony, must be sworn in by the chairperson. Beginning with the non-resident district, each party will have an opportunity to make a 5-minute opening statement. Then each party has 20 minutes to present their case. The chairperson may extend any time as necessary. You may ask questions at any time and request others not giving testimony to provide testimony. The non-resident school district has the burden of proof in proving the basis for the denial of transfer. At the conclusion, you can either make a decision today to grant or deny the appeal or take the matter under advisement.
Okay. Those individuals from the Warren District and others, would you please stand to be sworn in? Individuals regarding
Mr. and Mrs.
A4.
Warren or Springer, you want to do just
It's
one?
Jacksonville, the Warren family.
I'm sorry. So Warren family, it is Jacksonville District.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the Warren family, who's the other family?
The Springer family is A5.
The Springer family. Okay. So they're A5. We're on A4 right now, Warren family.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
those that intend to testify, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. So the non-resident district, please come forward. That's Dr. Thurman. You have 20 minutes, Dr. Thurman.
20 minutes? Okay.
You
Tony
don't
Thurman.
have to take 20
I
minutes.
just need
You just
three.
have.
I just need three.
Okay, good.
Tony Thurman, Superintendent of the Cabot School District. We did receive a school choice application from the family, and were notified by the Jacksonville North Pulaski School District that they would not release the students due to a ongoing desegregation issue. So the denial was based upon J&P's not being able to release the students.
Okay, thank you. Now, the Jacksonville district, no one stood for the Jacksonville district, or did they? I'm sorry.
He's an attorney.
You're an attorney, come forward. Please give your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Scott Richardson. I'm here on behalf of the Jacksonville North Pulaski School District. We sort of went through this last month. Our comments will be very similar. Jacksonville North Pulaski is in a very unique position when it comes to this law. When it was created, the agreement that created it was a federal court order that also set limits on transfers among the 3 Pulaski County school districts. In order to comply with that limit, PCSSD has opted out of school choice. That limit also references the act that the districts will comply with it. And Jacksonville, having picked up those obligations from PCSSD as it separates from the district, was required to opt out of the general school choice law, under which this application that's before you, and I believe the next one as well, were filed. The school choice law, either a district is in or out, there's no partial withdrawal from school choice. So based on those set of facts that were given to Jacksonville when it was created, we opted out and then had to deny these school choice transfers.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Richardson?
Is Little Rock and North Little Rock were both a party to that as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they both have opted for choice, right?
They were in a different position than PCSSD was when the agreement was entered. I would note that at the time that settlement agreement was entered, PCSD was not unitary in student assignments, but the other 2 districts had been unitary in student assignments for a number of years. PCSD was declared unitary in student assignments later after the agreement, but the agreement does set in place limits on those transfers, and Jacksonville is not in a position to disregard that requirement.
And it's 30 students in and 30 out, is that correct?
I think that was the total for PCSSD. In the detachment agreement that this board approved, it assigned a proportional number of those students to the Jacksonville North Pulaski School District, which I think gets us about 5, maybe a few more.
Okay. Have you allowed any of those 5?
I don't know. I'd have to check on that. I could check on that for you if you like.
Is Mr. Wood or somebody from the school board here?
Mr. Wood is here, you know. He doesn't know either.
Okay, and do you allow the children of people who teach out of your district for those children to go, or people who teach in your district who live other places to bring their children with them?
Well, of course, those transfers are under a different law and a different set of rules, but I don't know if there are any transfers under that law.
Does Mr. Wood?
You've got to be sworn. Were you sworn in, Mr. Wood?
I'm sorry.
Were you sworn in?
I was.
Okay.
I didn't intend to exercise that, but I was. We have some teachers that we are in accord with state law in regard to that.
And so you don't feel that it's discriminating against one group over another?
You know, I wish it was always that simple. You use the phrase or the question says discriminating against one group or other, and by definition, discriminating, no.
Any further questions? Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Richardson.
Thank you.
The Warren family, would you like comment at this time?
Am I able to pass out some more papers or letters?
I didn't understand what you said.
Am I able to pass out more letters
Of course.
to the board?
Of course.
I got 12. And this is the original. I'm going to take that. That's the death certificate.
You have 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
For you to
Okay.
speak.
I'm hearing impaired, so I can't hear as good. I'm just passing out papers on behalf of the doctor that, Dr. Ward, at the Dennis Developmental Center, and our pastor from Our Savior Lutheran. I have 2 twin boys. They're Samuel and Sutton Warren. They're age 15. My son Samuel, he is a cancer survivor. He has been cancer-free for 5 years now, just a year and a half ago. I also have presented to you Sutton, his brother, and that is his twin. Both of the boys excel very well at Cabot School. I would like for you all to consider to keep them there for the stability and the academic learning, to keep them up. I really love Cabot Schools. These boys love Cabot. Their friends are up there. Great teachers up there. Our problem has begun when their father passed away in June of 17th of 2015. He died unexpectedly. He wanted us to move back into our family home. We were Cabot residents, and at the time, and my boys have been in the Cabot School District since 2010. My daughter graduated in 2015. I would like to keep the children together as a family to graduate in one area, not in Jacksonville. I do not like Jacksonville School District, and I don't want any part of it because Cabot's got more academic top higher education. I gave you the death certificate because I wanted you to be aware that it's real. It happened to us, and we're all still grieving through this, and we're trying to rebuild our lives, getting back into the home, and adjusting to this new change. I drive the kids back and forth to school every day. My daughter helps out as well. She is 20 years old now. Basically, that's basically what I'm wanting to stress. We love Cabot, and we just really want to stay. And I would just like you to consider the boys' stability to keep that stable for them. I have behavior problems with my older son Samuel, and I do not like to see that disrupted and make it harder for them to learn and to make new friends and start all over. I don't know what else to say, but as a mom, I fight for my kids, and I want them to stay.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Zook has a question.
Yes, is it my understanding they're at the middle school?
No, they are in Cabot Junior High South.
So is their school the one that's in academic distress?
No,
I mean the Jacksonville school.
Jacksonville is, I believe, in academic distress. I have not read up on it, but Cabot, I do not think is in academic distress.
No, I was meaning the one they would attend if they went to Jacksonville.
Well, they would be going to high school.
Okay.
And they will start 9th grade this year.
Okay.
So these are the last fun years, and I really want to enjoy them. I really do.
Any other questions? Okay. We have a motion, or Ms. Davis, I'm sorry, do you want to?
I can go, right?
Excuse me,
Okay.
You're finished, thank you.
I was just going to address Ms. Zook's question.
Okay.
The school that they would be attending is not in academic distress, so opportunity school choice is not an option.
Yeah, I realized that when she said the high school. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're ready for a motion. A motion on A4, consideration of appeal from denial of school choice application for the Warren family. What is the pleasure of the board?
I mean, obviously, all these cases are incredibly difficult, and the facts, although they differ from parent to parent, are different. I just feel, for consistency's sake and for the sake of getting PCSSD and the new district out of court oversight as swiftly as possible, it's our responsibility to go ahead and deny this choice application, as difficult as it is.
Okay, it's been moved by Dr. Barr to deny the appeal. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
2 opposed. Motion carries. The appeal is denied. The next is consideration of appeal from denial of school choice application for the Springer family.
Madam Chair, Courtney Salas Ford, staff attorney again. The Springer family is here to appeal the decision of the Cabot School District to deny school choice application for the 16-17 school year. The family resides in the Jacksonville North Pulaski School District, and I believe were the Springers sworn in? Okay, then they need to be sworn in, Madam Chair.
Okay. Would you raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Dr. Thurman.
Same situation, Cabot School District received the application and subsequently was notified by J&P that due to the desegregation lawsuit, that they would not be able to release the students.
Okay. Mr. Richardson.
Scott Richardson again for the Jacksonville North Pulaski School District. The same explanations before. Because of the desegregation case and our obligations in that case, again, we're not able to participate in public school choice, and so this application had to be denied.
Okay. Springers, do you want to come and speak? Would you please give your name for the record, please?
My name is Misty Springer. I'm the mother of Timothy Board, and that's who we applied for. I didn't realize this was going to be the arena, so I'm a little intimidated, but thank you for your time. We moved into the Jacksonville area because my husband is Air Force, and we moved on to base to utilize the amenities of what the government provides for us, and we love living on the military installation. And we applied for the school choice for all three of my children. I have a daughter who is currently attending Cabot, and she goes to the same junior high south as the Warren children. And we were denied but applied for the opportunity because the Jacksonville Middle was in academic distress, and she is an IEP. So I was very adamant about her trying to get into Cabot because as an IEP student, I didn't want her to have to go to a school that needed help when she needed help. I accepted the two sons that were denied, and my senior drove them to Jacksonville, to the Jacksonville School District, which is North Pulaski High, all this year while I was driving Hannah to Cabot with my newborn. And we've loved the Cabot. We love the North Pulaski High, and it saddens me that it's it's canceling or going away, the fact that it's closing. This is the fourth high school that my son has attended. This next one will be his fourth, right? Yeah, it'll be his fourth high school because of the military. We've moved around so much. And I'm not at all trying to, I want to say, bash the Jacksonville High. I really hope that they can make their school district what they want. I just don't want them to test that on my son. My children were raised in Dodd schools. We grew up in Okinawa. All of them went to, I had two graduate from Kubasaki High in Okinawa. So they're used to the school district of being there for them. And this one is so intransitory, and it just seems so up in the air. And everything seems so confusing to everybody. And I just want my son to finish 2 years of high school with his sister so I don't have to drive two different ways. And it's been difficult having my children in two different school districts, but I was willing to do it because my daughter needed it. But now that the school is closing, which it was slated to close a whole lot later, I heard that it wasn't supposed to be closing so soon, and now it is. And so everybody's up in arms. Everybody's up in arms. I just want my son to go to the same district as my daughter. I'm not willing to pull my daughter back into Jacksonville because it's an academic distress. But my son, he has 2 years left. He'll be an upcoming junior. So in order to make it easier, I mean, I'm just asking as a mom to make it easier on me so I don't have to lug an infant to two different school districts. I mean, one way and one the other at two different times, and just dropping them off one. We did it. My daughter and I picked her up at one school. We went to the high school, and the academy is right behind the high school, so they're right there together. and I'd be picking up my daughter and picking up my son all at the same time. Or if next year he has to go to Jacksonville, I'm gonna have to dash to Cabot to get her, fight through, I don't know if y'all been in the Cabot traffic, but fight to get back down to get my son from the high school. So luckily my husband was able to get off because he works at the med group, and it's not something that can happen very often when you're in the military. Your time is not your own. So I'm the everything, and especially if he deploys, I'm the one and only. And I've been through deployments. I've been through multiple deployments, and they're not easy. And I understand the consistency, and I don't have any right to say anything about the Warren case, but you say consistency. You say consistency about denying her case because everybody else has been denied. What about the consistency of her children going to the same school that they've been going to for the last 6 years? And you just denied it just like that. I mean, you're not thinking about the families. They just lost their father last year, and you're going to deny them just for consistency purposes. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. It breaks my heart that you're going to say, oh no, for consistency purposes, their father passed. Well, they still have to go to another school and make new friends. And that's what you just did to the Warrens. I don't think that she was able to comply, to put that forward enough. But and that breaks my heart. It'll put undue stress on the family that I'll have to drive my son to one district to another district for my daughter. But there's families involved here. It's not a black and white ladder of the law, and I really think that that's what needs to be looked at as far as what happens with the families, because that's what y'all are here for. I don't know how you got elected and how you got put in your seat, but you're here for them and for the people that support them. And I go to IEP meetings all the time. So I'm up at the school district and with the school speaking with these teachers all the time. And I go up to the high school, just to embarrass my kids. But to be involved in what they're doing. I'm not there to disrupt their classrooms, but I want to be involved. I want to know their teachers, and y'all have great teachers at North Pulaski High. I'm sad that the school is closing. I don't know what to say about Jacksonville High. I've been there.
Thank you for your comment. And this is for clarification. I think Dr. Barton, he can correct me or add to this. The consistency comment had to do with the desegregation order in the cases that we hear month after month of families that want to make changes but are denied the opportunity to do that based on the deseg order that we have no choice over. So he was lamenting about the fact that he had to make the decision against what he would like to do, but in the letter of the law, following the letter of the law. So
then
that
what is the appeal process for? If it's going to be a consistency, why are we brought up here? Why have I been here since 9:30?
In some cases, there are other circumstances that we can consider. So that is the...
And the death of a father is not...
Well, you're pleading her case. Thank you for your comment. Okay, thank you. Your 5 minutes is expired.
Okay.
Any questions or comments, Ms. Hook?
Yes, would Ms. Clay or whomever, would you explain to them their step beyond us if they don't get resolution here, that they do have another step of appeal?
Yes, Ms. Zook, we can communicate with the families and explain other options.
Okay. We're ready now then for a motion on the A5, the consideration of appeal from denial of school choice application for the Springer family. What is the pleasure of the board?
I move to deny.
Move to deny by Ms. Wright. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
So we have 2 opposed, okay. The motion passes. We're now down to A6, consideration for changing the name of Lincoln Academy of Excellence to Lincoln Academy for Purpose of Academic Distress. And that's Ms. Barnes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm just here to ask the board.
Excuse me, we're going to ask that you guys, the Springer and the Warren family, if you guys would take the discussion outside, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Barnes.
I'm here to ask the board to classify Lincoln Academy in the place of Lincoln Academy for Excellence in the Forest City School District in academic distress. The Lincoln Academy for Excellence was a conversion charter school, and it was on the list last month when we classified the schools. The reason being that it was the school name at the time of the assessments that led to the classification. However, at the end of the 14-15 school year, the district made a request to drop the conversion charter, which changed the LEA number, and drop for excellence and just have the name Lincoln Academy, as well as change the grade configuration from a 5-6 middle school to a 6th grade middle school. So what I'm asking the board to do, and Dr. Hardrick is here, I've had this conversation with her to let her know I was going to make this request, because Lincoln Academy for Excellence no longer exists in name or configuration or LEA number. I'm asking the board to classify or apply the classification to Lincoln Academy, which is a 6th grade building, and the 5th graders who were in the building at the time of the assessments are now the 6th graders. So they are the same students. It's the name has changed, the configuration changed, the LEA number and the name that's on our current list is no longer a school, but the students who were in the school are now the 6th grade students. So all I'm asking basically is that the classification be applied to Lincoln Academy in its current state, not Lincoln Academy for Excellence. And in times past, if a school no longer exists, it would cease to be a part of the list in future times. Dr. Hardrick is here if you have questions regarding what I'm asking the board to do. It's simply apply the current classification to the current school and not the school that it used to be.
Because the student scores still are the student scores.
Yes, ma'am. It was
Okay.
a 5-6 building, and it is now a 6 building.
Right.
So the 5th graders who were in the 5-6 building are now the 6th graders in the current building.
Is that clear? Okay. Dr.
And it's clear that the subset of students, that half of the students who are in that grade, they are also below 49.5.
Yes, well, they were the half of the students that made the subset. Now, as far as you having both, those 6th graders became 7th graders who are now at the junior high, and they are receiving the services that they need. And then these 5th graders are now the 6th graders. And so your question is their performance as low as the same? Dr. Hardrick may have a clearer answer to that. My answer to it is that they made up half of it over the time that they were in the building. And so if we don't classify Lincoln Academy, then it's a restart, but it's not really a restart. And Dr. Hardrick, did you want to?
Good evening, afternoon. I researched that exact same question about whether or not it was clear if that subset of students contributed to those scores. And actually, I have a little different lens on it. I was unable to parse out those 5th graders versus those 6th graders when we looked at those results. But what you see for those two groups of students is about 48.9% proficiency. But what I was able to very clearly see was this subset of students that we're talking about, I was able to find their performance when they were 4th graders and when they were 3rd graders. And both times those schools scored approximately 60% proficiency. So if you look at the 3-year average of this subset of students, that group of students are not performing at a level of academic distress. They are performing above 50% proficiency. And I do have that data. And even together, it was 48, I think, .9.
Any other questions? Okay. Are we ready for a move, or there's a question?
Ms. Barnes, do you have a response to that, just to?
Yes, sir. The simple response that I would have to that is that in the event that those students are, then that would also show up on the assessments that we have yet to see. And the current situation that we have is we can leave Lincoln Academy for Excellence on the list. However, that LEA number no longer exists. The students are the same students, and that school also is on the priority list simply because it could not be removed as well. So as of the 2015, it's on the priority list. While I don't have the data that Dr. Hardrick is referring to in front of me or to review at this time, I can tell you that overall, we have not seen the same progressive upward trend that Dr. Hardrick just referred to. Now, if we drill down to it, I cannot tell you that we won't find that it looks like this group of students are beginning to have an upward trend. My only concern is that if we leave it as it is, then in future we will not have the foundation that we are currently working with. So that's why we brought this before the board. I understand the question and the concern, but when you look at the fact that you have the half of the group of students who are currently in the building, we will know because they are under the same instruction, and they are now the sixth graders that will be in the building, will be moving forward to the junior high. So.
Is this time sensitive, or could we table it and look at it when you've had a chance to look at the data at the June meeting?
I don't know, is it time sensitive, other than the fact that we will be in the district next week working with those, or doing evaluations to work on the recommendations. Actually, yes, I think it probably is time sensitive. As I talk about it, because we use the month of May, the school improvement specialists are in all of these schools in order to work within the time frame of the rules and the law, and then those recommendations will come before the board at a later date. But we are this month, and we are in that window of time. We won't have the results of the ACT Aspire in time to see whether or not it should be, but when we do have the ACT Aspire and it has been corrected, we will know at that time, but that'll be in the fall. So again, I don't have it, and I would hesitate to put Dr. Arola on the, I know she's over there trying to look, other than tabling it until maybe a later time in the meeting, maybe. I don't know about that part, but I think it is time sensitive.
It seems to me like, board, that I remember when Forest Heights was changed from a middle school in Little Rock to a K-12 school, LEA number changed and everything, that we went ahead and stayed academic distress, and then at the end of another year, it came off the list because of that. So if I'm not remembering incorrectly, we have done this in the past where it stayed that way, and then the following year it was. Am I remembering correctly, Jay, Maria, Joe?
Can't remember the detail. I remember the conversation, but I can't remember what we decided.
Yeah.
So your recommendation is?
My recommendation was that we apply the classification to the current school in its current state, as opposed to leaving Lincoln Academy for Excellence on the list. which no longer exist.
So, if there are no further, I'm sorry,
May I
Dr. Hardaway.
may I just add one additional point?
Absolutely.
I think that when we start talking about labeling academic distress, it's not just about student performance. There are so many other factors that are there. And so in my mind, Lincoln is a startup, and so should be treated like any other school that would be a startup in its first year of operation. We chose to reconstitute the entire school. There's a completely new administrative staff there. There are new teachers that are there in the building. And so the only thing that's the same is 50% of the students.
So, if there are not any further questions, what's the pleasure of the board?
I move to approve the recommendation.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Chambers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Then the motion carries.
Thank you,
Chair.
Madam Chair. Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead, Ms. Barnes.
I was also going to simply say the additional piece to that is next week, Monday and Tuesday, the team, along with myself, Mr. Harvey, Dr. Weil, we will be in the district and we will have a more comprehensive evaluation at that point. Dr. Hardrick did point out that, you know, maybe 50% of the students are, and in that case, that also constitutes why I made the recommendation.
Yeah, I heard that earlier. Thank you for further explanation. Commissioner Key.
Madam Chair, Ms. Warren, the Warren family provided us with information that has personally identifiable information. If we could pass that over to Ms. Helton, and we will make sure that gets taken care of appropriately.
He's getting rid of all his brothers.
Let me find mine. Let's take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 2:40. We've had someone step out to get Ms. Wright, so she's on her way back in. We're going to move just a little bit forward in our agenda to action item A12, which is the charter panel action on district conversion charter school amendment request, Badger Academy. Ms. Boyd, would you come? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On April 20th, 2016, representatives of Badger Academy appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting an amendment to their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the decision made by the panel was submitted. The State Board may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the charter authorizing panel's determination at the State Board's next meeting. As a reminder, your motion today is to review or not review. And if you do decide to review, you'll need to state the reasons why you want to review and any additional information you may need.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Boyd relative to A12? Dr. Barr?
I move to not review the decision of the charter authorizing panel.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, there's a
Wait, where are you all?
A12.
Oh, 812.
There's a motion
What
not-
happened to 7 and 8 and
We
9?
skipped over them. There's a motion by Dr. Barr to not review the charter, the panel's recommendation, and there's a second by Mr. Williamson. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you,
Is
Madam
that your
Chair.
only, that's your only one, isn't it? Okay, thank you. Going back to A7, where we left Ms. Zook. District request for waivers granted to open enrollment charters, Forest City School District, Mary Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Act 1240 of 2015 allows the school district to petition the State Board of Education for all or some of the waivers granted to open enrollment public charter schools that draw students from the district. Representatives of the Forest City School District are appearing before the State Board with a petition for waivers. And Kendra Clay will come and talk about the procedures with you, and Dr. Hardrick, as you know, is here.
Good afternoon. Kendra Clay, General Counsel for the Department of Education. As you know, you do not,
The sound?
no sound. I'll stand, is that better?
Yes.
No? I can't get much closer.
I can.
Okay, as you know, you do not have rules that outline procedures for these district-requested waivers, but you have followed some procedures in the past, and I would recommend that you follow those same procedures today. All persons, with the exception of attorneys, need to be sworn in. The district will have 20 minutes to present its request for waivers. Any parties opposed will then have 20 minutes to present their reasons for opposition, and the district will follow that presentation with 5 minutes of rebuttal. You will then take time for discussion and questions, and you may vote on the matter today or take the matter under advisement, but you will have to make a decision within 90 days of receipt of the petition. So if that becomes an issue, we will look at the date that the petition was actually received. And as a reminder, you have the option to grant in whole or in part, or deny in whole or in part these waiver requests. Do you have any questions?
No. Okay. Anyone, the superintendent for the city, of course, stand to be sworn. Any others intending to give information or testimony concerning this action item? Not, would you stand to be sworn, please, sir? Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You step forward. You have 20 minutes for starting with the Forest City District.
Won't take 20.
Okay.
All right.
We'll hold you to it.
All right. I first would like to, I spoke with Kendra, and there's a couple of waivers that I would need to add that work in conjunction with other waivers. So I'm asking to amend and add 642-109 and 6-20-2208 C6.
You want to tell us? Yeah, could you tell us what they are?
Board members, both of those statutes relate to gifted and talented. And as you know, often when you request a waiver of the subject matter, several statutes and rules go into that request. So upon review of the waivers they had requested, it was discovered that they needed these 2 additional statutes to complement their gifted and talented waiver.
The part that I'll add about the gifted and talented is that the only part of the waiver that we're particularly interested in is in K2, students must have a gifted and talented teacher, and given the challenge of hiring a gifted and talented teacher, we would like our teachers to be able to deliver those units, which they are allowed to do, but they're only allowed to currently do it a couple of lessons a month, and this offered once a week. And so we have a challenge of having a GT teacher that can go in and cover the 800 student school with the GT requirements. But it's not that we don't want to offer the GT curriculum. So all of the waivers that we're currently requesting relate to teacher certification. The Arkansas Department of Ed did release those critical academic shortage areas, and many of those areas are heightened when you're in our part of the state. And so we have a very large challenge of sometimes of hiring teachers in areas such as art, family, consumer science, Spanish, etc. And so our option sometimes becomes long-term substitutes. And that is what we don't want to do for our students. Part of the vision in Forest City is to be innovative and aggressive in our approach. And so we're trying to do that through these waivers, to be as innovative and aggressive as possible, as putting the best person in front of our students. Currently, Forest City has experienced some growth based on Park. All of our schools grew letter grades between 10 and 39 points. Our junior high school was named a reward school for being in the top 5% of growth. And we met and exceeded all of our growth goals. So we're trying to do the right work, but we need a little help in ensuring that we can continue to grow by putting the best people in front of our students. We did not want to rely on waivers, so we have implemented a very aggressive recruitment plan, and the deputy superintendent and myself have personally attended to date 8 teacher recruitment events in state and out of state. We have expanded our marketing efforts from advertising, not just in the local area, but from Memphis to Little Rock, Pine Bluff. That has become our span of our market. We have also reached out in an attempt to partner with the Arkansas Teacher Corps, Teach for America, and so we're hoping that we can get some of those teachers as well. But as a result of our recruitment efforts, what we have been able to, so far as get some quality candidates that I would like to extend offers. One example is an art teacher who has a master's in visual arts who has taught at a charter school for 5 years that's from the area. So they also have teaching experience. A candidate that has a PhD in science that would like to teach physics and has some experience there. And so I think that these are better options for our kids than long-term substitutes. We have also not been able to offer Spanish in our district for over almost 6 years. And we're hoping to be able to do that. And we have a candidate who has a Juris Doctorate, who has practiced immigration law and has taught Spanish abroad, and is also from the area and is looking for her second career. And so I'm hoping that you will grant these waivers so that I can extend offers to these candidates so that we can ensure that our kids have quality teachers in the classroom. I'm certain these kind of candidates, a charter school would hire them and can hire them, and I just want the same opportunity for my students.
Okay, any questions? Ms. Zook, are you?
Go ahead.
Question on the AP front. How many students did you have take AP exams this year, and how many made a 3 or higher?
I'm not sure how many of our students had 3 or higher. We do have a lot of AP courses. I'm not certain the exact number of the kids that take the exam. I know that we have a big emphasis on concurrent enrollment, and just like at class night last night, we have 32 students that are graduating with over 54 hours from the community college. And so we do have a push for our students to be college ready.
So if you get the waiver on the AP, the student might gain concurrent credit, but not the college credit that an AP course would afford them if they scored high enough. Is that correct?
Well, our students, whether you do concurrent enrollment or AP, you still could receive the same college credit.
Except
we are
in-
not looking to do away with AP. The challenge for us is around certification. And so I want that candidate to still be able to teach an AP course if necessary.
But College Board has to approve an AP teacher. And you don't have to pay if you take an AP and score high enough to get the college, whereas many times concurrent credit there is a charge.
That's correct.
So I guess help me understand, if you have a teacher teaching AP Physics and they're not College Board AP teacher, does that mean if the student completes the course and scores, would they even be able to take the AP test? And if so, would they be able to get the college credit since it's not a College Board teacher?
I don't know the specific answer to that. My thinking was that if the teacher was granted the waiver and was allowed to be able to teach the course, that our students would be able to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This came up in the district where I live, and there were some teachers, so they wound up having to do like concurrent credit, but they couldn't do AP because the teacher wasn't College Board certified. Jade, is that correct? Okay.
I will research.
Okay. I guess that would be one concern, is that the cost to the student, and also that the student is aware that this isn't a true AP course because it's not being taught by a board certified teacher. And I don't know, maybe Stacy can answer, can you become board certified to teach an AP course if you don't have a traditional teaching license? Okay. And I know KIPP is the example that you give as the charter, which I understand, but right now it's 5th and 6th, or will be next year, 5th and 6th, and so AP doesn't apply to them yet.
Well, that's the KIPP in Forest City. That KIPP has a bus that they currently run to their campus in Helena.
Okay.
From Forest City, that are Forest City students.
Okay.
But I'll also add the other point that currently the district pays the cost. Our students do not pay for those courses, the concurrent enrollment courses.
Okay. So they get the credit, it's just, it's not AP credit necessarily.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to granting these waivers that Forest City School District has requested?
Thank you. Davis Hendricks with Arkansas for Gifted and Talented Education. And I sent y'all letters with this, but prior to knowing what the specific requests were of the district, we knew they were asking for waivers regarding gifted and talented and advanced placement, but we didn't know specifically. After hearing specifically what she's asking for from the standpoint of advanced placement, our concern is that there's extensive training, as has already been mentioned by Ms. Zook. Our concern is whether or not the students in those AP courses would really get the quality that's necessary for them to have the opportunity to make the grade, the 3s, 4s, and the 5s. We also are very concerned about the idea of watering down any aspect of our delivery of AP courses. College Board's very stringent, and one of the things that separates advanced placement from concurrent enrollment is the level of rigor. The level of rigor in concurrent enrollment classes across the state varies from school to school, and we don't have a problem with any of the aspects of rigor in those, but it's not standardized like advanced placement is. AP and through College Board is very standardized across the country. So that was our main concern. After hearing that, I had to kind of reframe our remarks to address her specific request. So we would be very concerned about any change in the certification requirements. The K2, gifted and talented, that aspect, once again, there's a certification required to serve gifted kids. And there's more to it than just a teacher delivering a curriculum that's been prepared. Now, if that curriculum was developed and prepared in conjunction with the GT coordinator, and some training was provided to those, but I think our real concern about these kinds of waivers with gifted programs in AP is that we do have statutes on file that these are programs we offer to address the needs of a specific group of kids in our schools. And we think that there should be some real consideration given as to what's done in lieu of what is required by our guidelines. As long as our Office of Gifted and Talented were involved in a process of reviewing what districts are going to try to do instead of offering according to our guidelines, but we would welcome that. Getting out of the box is fine. But until such time as there is that review process or that kind of coordination with the Office of GT at the Department of Ed, we'll look at every waiver from Gifted and Talented and advanced placement very, very critically. The other issue that we have with these waivers is we know that this Act 1240 does not carry the same level of accountability and review that what is done with the charter schools. They have to go under review, and it's our understanding that when you grant a waiver under 1240, there's no real process for going back and changing that decision. That waiver is going to be there and until we go back and statutorily put something in the law that would require that review. So we'd be very hesitant to grant those kinds of changes for the potential that the services wouldn't be the level of quality that the kids are used to or that the kids certainly deserve.
Okay. Okay.
What do you,
Ms. Zook, I'm sorry, Ms. Zook has some questions. Go ahead, Ms. Zook.
in those districts that obviously they're trying their best, but they have no candidate for that is GT certified, would you rather the waiver or would you rather an assigned sub who isn't GT certified?
Say it one more time. I'm sorry. I got to process that.
Okay, obviously, it's a good school district, an engaged superintendent, people trying their best.
Certainly.
They can't find a GT teacher, and so if they don't get the waiver, they have to get an assigned sub who is also not GT certified, and could be temporary for a few months or a year, and maybe change the next year. So I guess, what comes to us is, do we give the waiver and with the knowledge that if she could find one, she will do that. But if she can't, you see the quandary we find ourselves in.
Yeah, I think that in any other area that requires a certain type of certification, there's an ALP or in other words, if a way to get folks certified over a period of time, there needs to be some process in place. We would want to see or have the department and the board be able to see that there is a way to where we haven't just waived that requirement for the certification, but within a certain amount of time, whoever is delivering those services and is in working with the GT coordinator in that district to make sure the curriculum that's being delivered is at the quality of what was expected. We think there's a lot of leeway and kind of flexibility in this when you grant a waiver. We want to see more specific example of how you're going to ensure that you're going to work toward having a certified person there. And even the person that they've selected to do that work could be working on their certification in GT. And if we saw some effort being made or something in the plan that would guarantee that, we'd feel a lot better about it.
Okay. Any other questions?
Did she put a time limit on this?
She's going to come back for a summation. District representative come back for your 5-minute summation, and also I think Ms. Zook has a question.
I was just saying, if it's there, I overlooked it. Did you put a time limit?
No, I did not put a time limit the way it's currently written. But I will be willing to do a time limit. Because we want certified teachers. We're just in a position where currently we don't have enough applicants. Yeah. So one of the things I would like to do is just kind of respond to some of the statements. One, the last thing that we as a district will ever do is water down our curriculum, whether it's GT or any other curriculum. As a parent of 2 students in the Forest City School District who are both enrolled in pre-AP courses, I wouldn't water down curriculum for my own children as opposed to the students that I'm responsible for. In addition, I would love any support that they would offer beyond today when I'm asking for support in the form of waivers. We would be more than willing to train and allow them to train and support us in preparing teachers for GT. But as of today, I have not received any of that support. And therefore, that's why I'm here today, to try to ensure that we can continue to offer GT and pre-AP for our students. We have hired candidates that are certified in our agriculture, which is another hard-to-staff area. The one candidate that applied that was certified, we hired that one candidate. So we are looking for certified teachers, but we just need all options so that we don't start school with long-term subs who are not certified, nor do they have a degree in a specialty area.
Okay. I think the gentleman's nodding his head like he's willing to work with you. Want to step forward and while he's coming forward, could you, if you're interested in putting a timeline on it, are you prepared to do that today?
Yes, ma'am. If we could be given it something where between 3 to 5 years, 3 years or 5 years would be great.
Just that we would be glad, there's the Office of Gifted Talent, I know at the Department of Ed, if they were aware and could be involved. And within Agate, we have folks that are retired who love to be in the process of helping and could provide training, folks who've been certified and master's degrees in gifted ed for numerous years. So if they reach out, we'll respond, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I think a comment. I know that in most times with charters, if I'm not mistaken, the not needing or having to have certification in an area is typically is in core areas. In core areas, we usually expect certification, with the possible exception of KIP, who has a national, well-recognized organization where they train teachers in the AP areas and other areas. So I'm a little reluctant to approve, for example, in physics for AP, but I guess we could call it just regular physics and they could get concurrent credit, but not AP. I don't know. Jay, help me with that.
Well, my concern here on the AP front is I think we know that those are simply more demanding courses typically in terms of better preparing students for college, and especially obviously if the scores are high enough, then one also gets credit. And so yeah, I'm really hesitant on any of these, and I understand. I'm very sympathetic to the challenges that Forest City faces in terms of getting personnel, but I don't see it. This is the first, really the first, maybe first waiver request that has been so explicit about we just can't get the personnel. There's really not a plan here. It's really a, we're just trying to get through. And I appreciate the superintendent's recognition that she doesn't want to water this down, but I do think at the end of the day, it is watering it down, and so I'm very concerned. I'm really concerned in that early grades where talent identification occurs in so many cases in those first few grades of school on gifted and talent, and that has ramifications all along the process. So I'm sympathetic, but this feels worrisome to me.
Any other comments? There's someone, there's Mr. Hendricks that had signed up for public comment. Oh, you're Mr. Hendricks. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
Madam Chair, just a word of not warning, but just be on the alert, because based on feedback we're getting, I mean, we heard from Southeast Co-op last week, and there are schools in the Southeast Co-op, there are 90 positions that, as of right now, schools in that co-op have not been able to fill, similar to what Dr. Hardrick is talking about. There's a good chance we will see more of these types of waivers. So, you talked about specifically the first time that someone says we can't find anyone. It's very likely that that there will be more that will be coming.
Is there a reason why the requests are for waivers and not going the assigned sub route, or that we see almost monthly that Ms. Pfeffer presents?
I really don't have a good answer for that.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Clay?
Madam Chair, before you move forward, I would like to ask Dr. Hardrick to come back up and clarify whether she intends the duration of her request to be 3 or 5, 3, 4, or 5. She said 3 to 5, but you'll need some more clarity if you move forward with this. It's as in a specific number.
Okay.
I'm requesting those waivers for 5 years.
So that concludes the presentations. It's the pleasure of the board. There a motion?
Just I would remind you, Ms. Clay, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, but the law says you may approve in whole or in part, or deny in whole or in part of these waivers that were requested.
Given that explanation, is there a motion?
I move to deny the request.
In whole and in part?
Second. Whole.
In whole. It's moved by Mr. Williamson to deny the request in whole, and the second by Ms. Savers. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, then the request for waivers is denied. Moving on to A8, district request for waivers granted to open enrollment Harrison School District.
Mary Perry, Division of Learning Services. Act 1240 of 2015 allows a school district to petition the State Board of Education for all or some of the waivers granted open enrollment public charter schools that draw students from the district. Representatives of the Harrison School District are appearing before the State Board with a petition for waivers, and Superintendent Mindy Moss will begin the presentation.
I'm sorry. Would you raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Melinda Moss.
Mott, M-O-T-T?
Moss, M-O-S-S.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am so excited to present our program to you today. And if you will notice in your packet, we are requesting very targeted and specific waivers, and only those that we need to implement our Advanced Learning Opportunity Program that we're proposing. I have been informed by Ms. Clay that we need to also add 2 waivers. One is 617-919, and that relates to licensure. And the other is 615-902, and that relates to grading scale. The licensure waivers that we are requesting today are not for core courses. What they are specifically outlined for you in our packet is courses related to industry certifications, and that would be elective course credit within our district. I'd like to introduce some other people that took the trouble to drive 3 hours down the mountain in the pouring rain this morning, and to also illustrate the synergy and collaboration within our community that has brought us to this point. We have Mr. Ken Stuckey, who is Director of Talent Acquisition for Pace Industries, which is a major employer in our community. We also have representatives from North Arkansas Community College. We have representatives from our Harrison Chamber of Commerce, and others that could not be with us but sent letters, like Representative Ron McNair and Wabash Industries, as well as the North Arkansas Regional Medical Center. We have been looking for 3 years at opportunities across our state. We have gone to School of Innovation conferences. We have looked closely at the Conversion Charter program. And then what really brought this, I would say, to the forefront of our attention and to our point today is that our college received the Workforce Planning Grant, which was an impetus for us to meet extensively over the last year and worked toward writing our workforce planning grant, which I believe will be due June 1st. And so we'd like to thank the college for that collaboration. Also, Denise Ariola has been tremendously helpful to us in putting together our program and even accompanied us when we went to the Salt Lake City tour of Early College High School. We've looked at Siloam Springs Manufacturing Academy, many other programs, and what we've done is take a thoughtful pieces and parts of each of those to what we feel will fit in our community to help address issues that we're seeing in our own town with providing students with college and career readiness and meaningful workforce opportunities as they go forward. I would like to turn over to Mr. Keister at this point, who is our high school principal, who will give you more details about our Advanced Learning Opportunity Program.
Thank you, Dr. Moss. My name is Bill Keister. I'm the high school principal at Harrison, and I'm going to go through the PowerPoint here that I've prepared. I think we also had this in our board packet as well, just to kind of give you an overview of what we are actually proposing. HALO is the Harrison Advanced Learning Opportunities. As Dr. Moss mentioned, there are several reasons for the HALO. We have toured Springdale School of Innovation, the Salt Lake City Innovations Early College High School, Pea Ridge, Career Academy of Siloam Springs, and we've kind of brought that back to Harrison, and with our partners sat down and talked and worked out some things as far as what we think would be beneficial to us. Our mission is real simple. It's to maximize the learning of every scholar. We have a good traditional high school at Harrison. We're not perfect, but we have a good high school. We're asking to implement this offer. We're asking to implement this pilot program to offer other options for some of our students. Some students like the traditional high school that we have, and they do very well. However, others are sometimes bored because the pace is too slow. They're ready to move on. Other students are too stressed because somewhere along the way they missed a concept and the pace is too fast for them. Also, you know, over our educational careers, you can take a picture of the schools in 1920s, the 1950s, the 1990s, and even in 2000s. Schools have changed very little. Yes, we have modernized. We have updated with technology, we've updated desks, but the classroom itself is pretty much the same. The school is still, you know, we're trying different things. We're trying project-based learning. We've implemented technology, but there still needs to be something more. We are currently on a 7-period day, 7 49-minute class periods. We have a 30-minute enrichment encore period that we call God time, but every minute of the day is scheduled for the students. This is the configuration on the left, the traditional classroom. Science students are in the science classroom, math students are in the math classroom, so forth. What HALO would look like at Harrison High School next year is that students would learn in different classrooms wherever they feel the most comfortable. If they have a connection with that science teacher, why can they not do math in that science classroom? They would also be in a silent lab, and I'll get more to the specifics of what that would look like here in a minute. In our pilot year, what we are proposing is to offer it to 100 students. These students would be our students. They could be special education students, they could be regular students, they could be AP students. Any student that is currently enrolled in the Harrison School District would have an opportunity to apply. Obviously, if we have more than 100 students apply, then we would choose students based on a lottery selection system. We're proposing to start out in grades 10 and 11. 9th grade is not on our campus this year. We've currently passed a millage. 9th grade will be on our campus the 17-18 school year. So we're proposing to offer, to start with grades 10 and 11. This would only be for the 4 core subject areas: math, science, English language arts, and social studies. The 4 teachers that we have selected and have volunteered to be in this program are all currently certified, traditional certification with initial licensures in the subject areas that they teach. The curriculum is going to be facilitated by these teachers 24/7 through our one-to-one technology. The teachers will have regular classes scheduled. The students will go in there, take the class. But in addition to that, if students are working at a faster pace, they may be allowed to go into a silent lab, another classroom, to get some of their work online. However, for students that are slower or have struggled with some concepts, the teacher would do a reteach maybe that afternoon for some of those individual students. Thereby, that's lowering the teacher-student ratio and providing extra help for those students that need it. Those students that are advanced and move on, when they hit a stumbling block, the teacher would simply schedule a mini-teach during the day, and she would facilitate that lesson with those individual students on that particular lesson. The students that would be in our HALO program would still go to traditional classes like Agri, choir, band, athletics, family and consumer science. So we call these the brick and mortar classes. They would still attend for the 49 minutes every day, whatever period was in their schedule. We would still have, bells, and that would kind of dictate where the students are at certain times of the day. In future years, we're hoping to grow this to 200 students next year in grades 9 through 12. One of the big pieces with this proposal is not just the curriculum and the pace and place and path for the students. A big piece of this program is the mentor-mentee program. Mentors will meet with these students once per week. These 4 teachers would have 25 students as their mentees. They meet with them once a week. Whether they're ahead, behind, on track, they meet with them each week and set goals. The mentors will view all subjects that the students are enrolled in, and they keep track of that, and they set those goals based on how well the student is doing. Mentors and students will define goals for the upcoming week, and these will be shared with the parents. The mentors will continue to monitor the student progress, like I said, in all their classes, and students will be classified by different levels of responsibility. We use the stoplight. If a student is behind in a majority of their classes, they're considered red, and they would have to go to their assigned classes. If they were yellow, they may be behind in 1 or 2 classes, they would have to attend the class where they are behind. If a student is green or is on track or ahead of pace in all subjects, that student would be given the freedom to go to the classroom where they learn the best, whether it's the library, a silent lab, wherever they're comfortable with. They may have a relationship with their mentor, and they feel comfortable learning in that mentor's classroom. So that's kind of how we've set up the students with the red, yellow, and green. And let me point out the mentor teacher, it says here the teacher dashboard sample. When the mentor looks at an individual student, they don't just see how the student is progressing in their specific class. They see how the student is progressing in every single class in HALO that the student is participating in. That allows them to write goals and make sure that student stays on track in all of the core subject areas. HALO will allow students more flexibility. It's going to allow for more parent contact. And one thing I failed to mention, besides the weekly meetings with the students, the mentors will meet at least monthly with the parents Obviously, if a student is struggling and we need more contact, we're going to call that parent to come in, and we will have more parent-teacher conferences on a one-on-one basis. It gives the student some responsibility over their education. Right now, they go into a classroom and they sit there. The teacher goes through the curriculum at we hope the appropriate pace. And sometimes the students get it and sometimes they don't. But this is kind of shifting the responsibility back to the student. It gives the students time to pursue their passion, what they're interested in. If they have finished a math class, they go ahead and can start on another math class. And we're hoping then in grades 10, 11, and particularly in 12, this will allow students more of a choice to take concurrent credit classes, to maybe partner with some of our workforce partners with job interns or possibly employment. So it just frees up a lot of time for the student and gives them control of their time, place, pace, and path. Halo is a personalized learning personalized learning. It's also a blended program that provides a flexible and extended instructional day in a teacher-facilitated personalized learning environment alongside the expanded industry certifications and concurrent credit opportunities that we currently have and are looking to expand. We also think that this engagement, along with our project-based learning, will increase student engagement and make it more possible for students to achieve and be better prepared for their college and career ready. The result, personalized instruction that opens new options, opportunities, and pathways to the future. We're not changing but one small section of the school. We're still going to have a traditional school like we currently do. We're just asking for the option and the opportunity to have this Halo program to help some of our students when the pace is too fast or too slow. Thank you. And I'll be glad to answer any specific questions.
Okay. You have about 5.5 minutes to finish up the presentation.
Just to wrap up, this will allow us to have students flex in and out of the schedule as is appropriate to each student to look at certain industry certifications or concurrent credit opportunities as well. In your packet, I gave you some specific examples because it's always good when you have a student or a face to put with what this would allow. And we have a student in junior high right now that under the East umbrella took courses in A+ CompTIA computer technician certification. We've actually had more than one junior high student pass that test, and we were told when our 7th grader passed it that he may be the youngest one ever to do that. But we've been offering that under the East umbrella with that teacher of record when actually the person coming alongside has 13 years of industry experience and may actually teach a course for the college next fall. And so those specific licensure waivers would be the only ones that we would be asking for, not within this core area. Also within your packet, we talk about a digital learning day, and all of these waivers that we are requesting, we have put a time limit on because I know we need to go back and re-examine. Our intent is in the next year to pursue the conversion charter application, and we hope that we can then roll these into that. And so we would be willing to limit that to 5 years.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition of the request for the waivers? Okay. Any questions now? Dr. Barth has a question.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. My real question is, you kept talking about examples of career-oriented, the use of the waiver for career orientation, but are you limiting the waivers you're requesting only to those programs?
No, sir. It just is an added benefit of having this program, and we would encourage all of our students to pursue and start thinking about what they're going to do post-secondary. But no, we would not limit that.
Okay. And that's, I think all the examples that you give make lots of sense. I just have some concerns about the potential use of this waiver beyond those career-oriented examples. I don't know if that, could you respond to that? I mean,
Well, I think that we realize that that is a tricky subject when you're looking to waive licensure. And that's why we have been so specific in our application to designate that core teachers are licensed in those areas. And we are only looking at possible partnerships with groups like Pace Industries to do some manufacturing certifications. We've talked to North Arkansas College about certified nurse assistant, and then we already have this opportunity with our computer technician courses. So that's why we mentioned those specifically, to point out that we're not asking to expand beyond that.
okay, so you are not looking to go beyond those programs.
Right.
Okay.
And that's, we wanted to put the board at ease
Right.
by only requesting those specifics.
Okay, my brain's tired, so.
That's all right.
But I kept hearing different things. I kept hearing they were just examples, and then but it sounds like we're in consensus that these are the programs that would be, where these waivers would be used.
Yes, sir, as elective credit.
Great. Thanks.
Ms. Zook?
Okay, I have several questions. Did you say 5 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Or until such time that we're able to roll these into a conversion charter.
Okay, and is there a reason you are asking for waivers, not School of Innovation?
Just that was an avenue that was available to us through 1240, and it seemed to be the one that would most expedite the process.
Okay, are you proposing concurrent credit for ninth graders as well?
If we have some ninth graders that could avail themselves of that, I would like to make that opportunity. I think our junior high students have told us, or have shown us, that in some instances we may be expecting a little too small amount from them, and I think that we do have some students that could possibly be successful.
Okay. How many students do you have that are in a virtual academy?
3.
Okay, and have you spoken with the people at Virtual Academy to see how those waivers have increased student achievement?
No, ma'am.
And which businesses are you partnering with?
Pace Industries is one example, North Arkansas Regional Medical Center, Wabash Industries, and let's see, have I left one out?
Are you partnering with FedEx?
Yes, FedEx Freight is our, the executive at FedEx Freight is our school board president. He did also accompany us when we went to see Early College High School in Salt Lake, and we have our board resolution in the packet.
Okay, and also now I'm going to ask 2 questions in your packet, so I don't know if you have that in front of you or not. On page 3 of the 4-page piece, I would like to better understand what you mean by the minimum 70% threshold for advanced.
Yes, since we're doing a blended learning opportunity through some digitalized curriculum as well as teacher-directed curriculum, we feel like students within the Spark Learning Management System need to reach a 70% threshold or better before they move on to the next area.
And typically 85% is considered mastery. Is there some reason why you picked below mastery?
I wasn't aware that that was. I know on our grading scale, 70% is a C, and so our students do move on when they get a C. We have talked to Ken Grover at Early College High School, and I believe that that was the threshold that they set. We can certainly entertain a different threshold, but looking at our grading scale, 70% is considered average.
I understand that, but I also understand the long-term retention. If it's not 85%, it typically is not there. Okay, but that's research. You and I can talk about that after a while.
Certainly.
Okay, and on page 4, explain about the computer work counting for 2 days proposal.
Yes, that's our digital learning day, and we set that one apart because we are very aware that you can approve things in whole or in part, and we didn't want that completely wrapped up in our HALO program because that is a K-12 proposal. Oftentimes, we will find ourselves having to cancel for emergencies such as inclement weather, and so we want to front load student learning by talking to parents at parent orientation and parent-teacher conferences early in the school year to get packets to go home with our students. We did a survey and found that about 90% of our households do have internet access, and so we would make accommodations whether we had internet or not. But we feel like some of those days where we have to cancel and we set it at 2 maximum could certainly be days that we would not have to lose learning and tack maybe at the end of the school year after Aspire testing when we oftentimes may run into June and minds and hearts just aren't quite as focused at that point.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. If not, are we ready for a motion on A8?
Can we take them individually, or do you, is that the? I would recommend we take the waivers individually as opposed to as a whole, unless somebody wants, if you want to take a motion for the whole and see if it passes, you can do that first.
Well, how do you feel about it? You're the person.
Well, I likely would vote against it as a whole, but it doesn't mean I'm against all of the waivers, but that's just one person.
Any other board member have a recommendation or?
Instead of individually, because that's a lot of waivers, about waiver topics, because I think they're organized by waiver topic.
Okay. Is that something that, let's try it by topic then, if there's no. What's the first motion?
I may need to get another tally sheet for this. Madam Chair, could you look in your packet and see if...
I had. Here it is.
Just give me that whole stack. All right, thank you.
Okay. So, what's the pleasure of the board? Do we need a break? No? No, okay. Well, let's get started then. Okay.
Ms. Clay or Ms. Perry, could y'all come help us?
Yeah, do it one by one. I think the first one is flexible schedule, is that correct? Okay. So, what is the board's pleasure as a regard to the waiver request for flexible schedule?
Can you point to me where that is?
Move to grant the waiver.
It's on page 1 of 4.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Williams says move to grant the waiver for flexible schedule. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Mr. Black. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Waiver, the second waiver is teacher licensure, non-core instructor for industry certification related to courses. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Ms. Chambers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. The next one is grading within the personalized learning program. It's a pleasure of the board.
I move that we deny that.
Move to deny by Ms. Zook.
Second.
Second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the next one is digital learning days.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Ms. Chambers. Is it-
Second.
Second by Ms. Zook. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion for the waiver to be approved is carried. The next is standard / rule to be waived. Is that right?
That's all of them. That's just an extra place on the form.
So is that it? Okay. Then we have, 4 motions approved and 1 denied?
Unless they want to
Three
modify.
approved, 1 denied, okay. If you're clear, Harrison, are you clear on the motions, on the waivers that were granted and the one that was denied?
Yes, I would ask, since the threshold of 70% for a student to move on was denied, I'm not sure, and I'm looking over at Denise, because for students to move on within the content, does that mean that whether they've mastered it or not, they move on like with a 50%, 60% like traditional grading? Or are you saying we need to set that threshold higher? I'm a little confused.
I can only speak for myself, but I know for knowledge and comprehension, 70% is acceptable, but I know for analysis and synthesis and evaluation, it would need to be 85%. That was my reason, but I can't speak for anyone else.
So does that mean then, Ms. Clay, that we would go to a traditional grading scale for this program? Okay.
Okay, my colleagues have corrected me, saying that you're simply looking at a pass-fail. And with that in mind, then I can support the motion if we want to rethink it.
I want to make sure, Dr. Moss, you're talking about if we go back, if you use 60% as a D, does that become passing and they make 60 and then they move on? I think that works against what Ms.
Yes,
Zook
within the
is.
traditional grading scale, that is the process.
I guess my thought was if the student is taking this on a computer without much interaction with his other students or with a live teacher right there in the classroom, I felt uncomfortable with the 70%. But if that's not what this says, then I've misunderstood it and I can live with it.
So what does that mean you can live with it?
Well, it's very difficult to read these the way they're written, and there is no standardized way they're written.
No, I mean in terms of the motion you made, the second and pass, so you're wanting to undo that and make another?
Well, I was just one vote, so I don't know how much it passed by.
It passed. It passed.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Right. And I think it's important for us to point out they will still have classroom instruction. Those are your classroom meetings. This just simply allows them to flex in and out of that schedule to take the industry certification and concurrent credit courses if they're offered at a different time, and whether that student is on that red, yellow, or green path. We are not taking away the teacher interaction piece. It's very much a blended and facilitated program.
How will it be denoted on the student transcript?
It would just be a regular course code like all the others because it's still teacher of record.
But in terms of the grade, so they will have a number of courses on their transcript that have the traditional grading scale. Correct?
Yes.
And then there will be this subset of courses that would essentially be a pass-fail, right?
No, we would still be able to offer the A, B, or whatever to match with that. This is just simply saying that for them to move on within the curriculum content, we want them to at least have gotten a 70% within that learning management system.
Okay.
So our denial of that waiver does what to you now?
I'm not sure. That's why I looked at Ms. Clay and Ms. Areola for some guidance with that. I think typically we would just go back to more of a.
Could we ask Dr. Ariel? I want to pronounce like you did, and that's not right. Dr. Areola.
Ms. Newton?
She's coming forward. Dr. Areola, would you come and give us some guidance?
Oh, you're welcome. I think you all are at a level of detail that you rarely see in a situation like this. The uniform grading scale that's out there right now allows a student to get credit for a Carnegie unit at various levels of the assigned grade, which are equated to percentages of points within the course itself that they earn over the course. And what the Harrison District is saying is that within this program, in order to allow a student to move on within that curriculum, and in effect, it allows them to complete a course if they do attain at least 70% of, they score a 70% within the assessments and assignments that are within that course. What's behind that is, and what is something that you don't hear about. I mean, that's true everywhere in the state of Arkansas, that you have this uniform grading scale, and kids are getting Carnegie units based on their points earned within the course, and generally they're getting a credit if they get 60% or more of the points. So in some ways, this is setting a slightly higher standard. The issue that I think that Ms. you were concerned about is, does that impact the rigor with which we're allowing students to move from course to course? And that concern really is something that goes back. It's not unique to Harrison. It's everybody has this concern. What does a 70 mean? And is that 70 with a high level of rigor or not? And that is usually handled within the course approvals and within the local curriculum. So that's an issue we have, whether you're doing this in a flexible way and allowing students to move at their own pace and, in a sense, progress because they have demonstrated that they have that content within that course to a certain degree. You're still going to have this rigor question, whether it's within this flexible timing that students move on or whether it's in a traditional course. In a sense, you did increase the requirement by putting it at a 70 as opposed to using the uniform grading scale of a 60. So the onus is still on the district to ensure that students are achieving those scores with rigorous material. And the catch that we have in place for that is the fact that we do have statewide summative assessments that help us to see whether or not students are demonstrating proficiency on these rigorous levels. And because we are offering, now that we're requiring, I say offering, but now that we, as a state, we have these more rigorous exams, the PARCC last year and now the ACT Aspire this year, we are getting a sense from that, and that information can feed back to your concerns. But that's true for all high schools that are giving credit and allowing students to move forward. The difference here is they're not chained to the timing. If the student gets it and demonstrates it, they can move on. So, and there are other protections in place with the course curriculum and with approval of materials to support the course curriculum. Does that help?
That helped me a lot.
I guess I'm just concerned that, a really capable student, given 2/3 of the year's information, likely might come up and make a C, when given all of it and taken, they could, actually master it and be ready for the next. It's the same concern I have about ninth graders having concurrent credit.
Sure.
There's a certain level of intellectual and emotional maturity needed to really know a subject thoroughly and be able to apply it in other subjects than in life. And so that was my concern.
Yeah, and that 70 would be the minimum, which is still higher than the current minimum in the uniform grading scale. And I definitely understand your concern. You will have kids who are high achievers who tend to be the overachiever type that that 70 won't be good enough for them. They've compulsively have to have that A. I've lived that. And then I also have my own children who, though capable of an A, would usually say to me, C is credit. And so in this case, those kids are able to move on and do things within their area of passion. And so it does allow those kids some flexibility to really excel and do better and go more deeply. They're not reducing the minimum it takes to move on. They're actually increasing the minimum and then allowing these kids to really explore areas and spend more time in areas of passion where they might discover that doing more than just the minimum actually has its rewards. And right now, the system isn't set up to give them as many of those opportunities as we hope that through this plan these students will have. This is it is an innovation, so to speak, the idea behind this, and it is something that we have seen others in other places. We visited places where this is having great results, and I will say that this team, when we went to Salt Lake City, there were 12 of them and 2 from our office that did this trip, and that commitment to have those people there to learn more, they're very interested in the success of this for their students, and I think it's something that we as a state can also learn from as they work through this, because it's not easy, but we have looked at models that have been successful in improving outcomes for students, and they're modeling, it's tweaked for their community, but they are using the successful elements that they've seen in these other places, bringing that together and then making it work for the community. So it's an opportunity to see if this can really give kids that flexibility and they can rise to the occasion. Oftentimes we don't give kids the flexibility, and so they do what they have to do to get by.
Okay, Ms. Dean and then Ms. Chambers.
No, go ahead.
No, Ms. Chambers.
I was just going to say, based on this conversation, I would change my vote if given the opportunity.
So I would move to rescind the previous vote on.
Second.
All in favor of rescinding that vote? I'm sorry.
One thing, the effect is going to be the same, but since you are wanting to change a motion that was made in this meeting, the correct motion is a motion to reconsider. Rescission is actually if it's at a later meeting.
Okay. I move to reconsider the previous.
Dr. Barton has moved to reconsider
Second.
the denial of this waiver, and Ms. Zook is second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Then we have to vote to approve it. Okay, so now we're waiting on a second motion. Do we have a motion to do something else with it?
I'll make the motion, but I want to caution Harrison only because you're standing in front of us right now, and others. It troubles me greatly that districts are coming in asking for waivers, but they haven't spoken with the charter who has the waiver to see if it in fact has been helpful to the achievement and the performance of students. I want to know if that waiver has helped, and if it hasn't, then we don't want to keep giving waivers to other people and then spread it among more kids. So I'm sorry that you happen to be the one standing in front of me at this moment, but I want my fellow board members to understand that bothers me, and for any of the people who are planning on coming in the future, I will continue to ask this question, and it will continue to give me pause when they say no.
Okay, so now to your motion.
I move that we approve the grading within the personalized learning program.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, A9 and A10 have been pulled. You need a 5-minute break.
9 and 10 have been pulled.
9 and 10 have been pulled. We'll come back for, 9 and 10.
And why would Pine Bluff want
have a few more agenda items. We want to move on and the next one is A11. That's the consideration of the amendment to the Jacksonville North Pulaski School District, Pulaski County Special School District Detachment Agreement. And we have Tony Wood. I don't see Dr. Gass. Oh, there he is. Where have you been?
I'm so small, you missed me.
No comment. Come. So I don't know how you proceed. I guess you start.
Well, here, do this. Oh, gosh. Look, what else do you need? These are two simple clarifications of issues that had surfaced. They have to do with the distribution of ALE funding, and the other one is declining enrollment. And they are issues that we have worked on for quite some time and agree and have memorialized those in this amendment to our detachment agreement. So we simply bring it before you. We bring it before you for your approval because the original detachment agreement was approved at this board.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, then what is the pleasure of the board?
Move approval of the additions to the agreement.
Okay, is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Did you get that, Ms. Kaufman? I'm sorry. It was moved by Dr. Barr, second by Mr. Williamson. Okay, thank you.
Would you like us to stay and bring
No.
this certain spirit
No.
of pleasure? Okay.
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Moving on to A13, consideration of request for approval of nominated members for the Professional Licensure Standards Board to replace members whose terms are vacant or expiring June 30th, 2016, and that is Kathy Howell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, under Arkansas Code 617-422, members of the PLSB are nominated by their respective parties. Today, the people that have been nominated were nominated by the Arkansas Association of Colleges for Teacher Education. We have, first of all, Dr. Raymond Donnie Lee, who is Dean at Harding University. He will actually be replacing Dr. Brad Bain. We have Dr. Victoria Grove Scott, Dean of the College of Education at the University of Central Arkansas, who will represent deans with knowledge of licensure issues. And Dr. Zadie Mozang, Dean of the College of Education, Southern Arkansas University, who has been renominated, so he will be returning to the board.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board concerning A13?
Move to approve the nominated members.
It's been moved by Ms. Wright. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope Allen is next. A request for approval to use PSAT as an optional college and career readiness assessment.
Yes, it's the desire of the Department of Education to continue to pay for the PSAT for students in grade 10 for districts that choose to participate, and we would like to pay for this with the at-risk funding, which we have done for several years now. And just as a note, last year we had around 10,000 students participate, and upon surveying schools early over the past 2 weeks, we have about 10,000 students. We have about 15,500 students currently that are estimated to participate, so that is growing, and we would like to continue to offer that program.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the board? A14.
Just a question. So are we reaching a point where the money is about to run out for that?
No, there's still money within at-risk funding to pay for that. The way we do at-risk is after the PSAT is paid for, then we distribute the rest of those funds in grants, and so we're still at a level we're able to do that.
Is it just for 10th graders, so not 11th?
The Department of Education will pay for 10th graders, then schools can administer to 11th graders if they choose. That's the National Merit Qualification Test.
Okay. Any other questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Ms. Dean. Was that you? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
By Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
A15, Thomas Coy, request for approval, high school math courses.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Key, thank you for having me today. Last month, I was here and we approved the K-12 math standards that had been revised by the educators in Arkansas. We've simply taken those 9-12 standards and organized them into 15 different high school courses that some which are required to be offered by schools across the state, others as options for math courses beyond Algebra 2. So I'm happy to answer any questions about those courses that we are proposing. But again, this is just an extension of the work that had already been done by that K-12 group that we assembled to review and revise the Common Core standards and make them Arkansas mathematics standards.
Are there any questions? Okay, what is your,
I just have a comment.
Okay.
Just like to thank Mr. Coy and the group that did that from one of our requests when I was on the Common Core Review Council. So they've done an excellent job. So just want to commend them for that.
Thank you.
Great, great.
And I'd like to move to approve.
Move to approve by Ms. Dean. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Zook. All in favor? You beat somebody.
Aye.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, down to A16, consideration for final approval ADE and ASBN rules governing the administration of insulin and glucagon. That's what it looks like. You're not Ms. Davis, but anyway.
No, I'm not nearly as easy on the eyes as Ms. Davis. I apologize, but I'm going to try my best to fill in for Corey Biggs, staff attorney. These rules were approved by the State Board on March 10th. Public comment hearing was held on March 22nd, and the public comment period expired on April 12th. We did receive comments and revisions were made, but no substantive changes, and the governor's office has approved. It's my understanding that these rules basically mirror the State Board of Nursing's rules.
Any questions for Mr. Biggs?
Yeah, what about the question that the Prairie Grove RN posed?
Oh, with her concerns?
Yes.
Well, I guess first off, what the changes to what the State Board of Nursing's changes to this brought on were strictly brought on by law. So while we certainly considered her concerns, there's not really anything that we could do to the language of the rules that would address those concerns, because we're just following the law.
Does somebody communicate it with sentences like that, or do you just say considered and didn't much change? I mean, does she get feedback as to why?
I'm not sure. I will have to check with Ms. Davis. I can certainly make sure that we follow up with her.
Yeah, I think, that would just a good PR kind of move. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Can I get a motion?
Move final approval.
Moved by Dr. Barth, second.
Second.
By Ms. Wright. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, A17, consideration for emergency approval, ADE rules governing Arkansas qualified teacher requirements. Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Cheryl Reinhardt, Department of Education. These are the rules that Assistant Commissioner Ivy Pfeffer reported to you about last month. And the rules apply only to certain categories of teachers. The first is those who work in an area that have a waiver from licensure from a charter school or a public school district. Those who are special education teachers and teaching in multiple subject areas, and also having ALE teachers involved. So those are the only categories that these apply to, and it only applies to core subject areas as it's defined in the rules. We kept the House matrix because as this is basically a rule during a transition time since the implementation of ESSA, we are not wanting to do a major revision at this time to the House matrix. So the rules are basically in order to ensure that we continue having quality educators in core subjects, to be able to meet our requirements and obligations with respect to special education teachers with the federal government, and to continue to meet our rules that are in place for ALE teachers as well. The emergency basically arose as kind of a perfect storm. We had the situation with school district waivers, then with HQT being eliminated from ESSA, and then having special education needing to report to the federal government on how we're going to handle those special education teachers. So as it all came together, we felt that it was important to have an emergency rule at this time so that school districts will know who they need to hire, what the requirements are going to be. And I'll be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Okay, any questions, Ms. Hook?
So will there be a time when we will put these out for public comment? Because I expect we would get a lot.
They are out for public comment because you voted on that on your consent agenda this morning.
Okay.
So we will put those rules we put through the usual public comment process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I
Any
move
other?
that we approve.
Move approval by Ms. Hook. Second. Second by Mr. Black. I've thought about saving these words to next month, but parting is such sweet sorrow, according to Shakespeare, according to me today. Can we get a motion for adjournment?
We need to vote.
I'm sorry, vote. I'm trying to leave too early. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we'll depart with a motion for adjournment. Got ahead of myself. Did you get it? All right, everybody.
Were you going to say something?
No, I'm just saying, part, no, I wasn't saying that. I was trying to part Ellie can say what Shakespeare said, part is such sweet sorrow.
It was moved by Mr. Black. Is that what you're?
Yeah, it was
It was-
second by Mr. Black. I got delirious. Yeah, everybody in favor. We just got convoluted and all this stuff. It just left. I had, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mr. Black moved and seconded by.
I second it.
And everybody got a.
Okay. Madam Chair, I've just been alerted that the co-op folks are prepared to begin their presentation early if you would like for them to do so, and then they can split it. Right, Dr. Gocher? They can split it up. When dinner gets here, we can adjourn, break for dinner, and then come back and finish. Is that right? 5 minutes?